Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting of the City Council of Palo Alto for Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Burt,
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowry,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, 3 present. Thank you.
Okay. First, we have public comment for any members of the public who wish to speak on items that are not otherwise on the agenda, but are within the purview of this committee. Do we have any speakers?
Chair, we do not have any requests to speak.
Okay. And then my understanding is that staff would like to move forward the, let's see, it's item number 5 to the first item.
That's correct, Chair. That's
Okay,
a pleasure.
we'll do that. Great. So item 5 is for the Finance Committee to review and recommend to the council adoption of a resolution addressing all the electric utility rate impacts for the year.
Good evening, Chair Burt, council members, Dean Batchelor, Director of Utilities. Yes, tonight we will be talking about all our proposals for all our utilities. And as you mentioned, we're going to start off with our electric financial plans and rates. And I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director of Resources.
So we actually have Mike back.
Oh, Michael's going to go. Mike is going to go.
And Lisa's going to give a little introductory remarks.
All right.
Good evening, council members. I'm actually going to talk about one overview slide to give you an overview of all of our, my name is Lisa Belier, Senior Resources Planner in the Utilities Department. And I'm going to just show you one slide to give you an overview of our proposals before we launch into the individual presentations for each utility, beginning with electric. So this is a series of proposals to allow the utilities to invest in the system and meet community goals, including the council's sustainability and climate action goals, allowing for investment in the infrastructure, both in this grid modernization and as well as maintaining and replacing the infrastructure in the water distribution system and paying towards rebuilding the wastewater treatment plant and the maintenance and replacement of infrastructure in the wastewater collection system. In doing this, these proposals will allow for financial stability that will allow the city to manage the trajectory at which rates increase in the future and provide fiscal responsibility as unexpected events occur in the future. You can see the total rate increase from all these proposals is a 9%, which amounts to $33.60 in fiscal year 25, which begins in the July of this upcoming year. When you look at the utility department's rate proposals over the last 5 years, including this proposal for fiscal year 25, it's a 4.8% per year increase on average. And that compares favorably when you look at inflation in the Bay Area and the utility sector. So inflation has been between 10 and 13%, and construction inflation has been between 6 and 11% annually. During the pandemic, the utilities department held the rate increases to minimal levels, and these rate increases are needed in order to gradually restore the reserves, which are currently below the guideline ranges in some cases. And these proposals will restore those reserve levels to within the guideline ranges and the targets over the 5-year period. We did present these proposals to the UAC in March, and they were largely the same as this slide, although there's some slight change in the water utility that we'll talk to in the individual water item. The UAC unanimously supported each of these proposals and recommended approval to bring these to the council for approval. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Micah to talk about electric.
Thanks for that introduction, Lisa. Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Babbitt. I'm a senior resource planner and I'm managing our electric rates. Apologies for missing the preliminary meetings. Jonathan picked up the slack for me. I was out on parental leave, so eager to get back into things here. So during our preliminary forecast, at the start of the year, we were estimating about a 5% increase to our rates. Between that time and now, we've completed our cost of service study, and we've also received updated forecasts for our electric supply costs, all of our capital planning. And based on the results of the study, it's showing pretty significant changes to our interclass rate changes, so how much we charge our residential customers versus our commercial customers. And overall, we're the primary changes that occurred since the last cost of service study took place were changes in consumption patterns between our customer classes. So our residential customers are using slightly more energy and our commercial customers are using less energy. So the overall pie is getting a little bit smaller and residential customers are accounting for a larger share of it. So overall, the cost of service is showing that residential customer classes need to pay a little bit more and our medium and large customers will pay a little bit less. And I'll talk a little bit more in detail about these interclass rate shifts later in my presentation. I'm going to start with kind of an overview of our general utility rate proposal. In this year, we're proposing basically a flat revenue change. So across all of our customers, the net change in revenue is about 0.5% compared to last year, which is lower than what we were forecasting at the end of last year, at the start of this year. One of the reasons that we're not raising our overall revenue projection more is to gradually phase in some of the rate impacts of the cost of service study. So overall, the median residential customer will see a 9% increase, which is about $7 a month. Some of our lower usage customers will see slightly larger than that, but customers shouldn't see more than $11 a month. Even with all of these rate changes that we're making, our residential customers are still 50% below neighboring communities that are served by PG&E. And we're further exploring ways to use rate assistance to help customers who will have trouble absorbing these rate increases. So over the long term, the major drivers of rate increases include recovery from the drought that we experienced in the previous 2 years, low reserves stemming from the keeping rates low during the pandemic, and additional investment that we're planning to do in grid modernization. Overall, we're in a better position this year than we were last year with our reserves, and we're expecting lower supply costs from greater hydro generation, higher revenues from electric supply, sales of various products in this and in the next fiscal year. And this will allow us to replenish our reserves and hold revenues flat this year. That being said, these are short-term benefits. And over the 5-year trajectory of this plan, we're expecting higher costs and we're projecting 5% rate increases in the fiscal years 26 through FY29. Overall, we think there's quite a bit of uncertainty in the forecast. We've just experienced really drastic changes in our electric supply costs from the time when we were in drought to now being out of drought. And those are significant changes in our wholesale revenues as well as our wholesale supply costs. There's a fair degree of uncertainty about what type of load growth we might see from electrification efforts, data center growth, The forecast that we've put forth is conservative in the nature of trying to do prudent financial planning. But if either our supply costs were to go up sooner than we forecast, or we see more load, these could change the forecast in either way. This next slide is a slide on our utility cost structure, and I think we covered this in the preliminary meeting, so I'm not going to go over it, but I'm happy to speak to it if there's questions. And then this is a graph showing our long-term cost trends. And I think this graph has changed slightly since our initial presentation. So one of the things that we were able to do is better reflect and forecast our capital spending that's happening in the current fiscal year and the next fiscal year. And if you look at the FY25 projected costs, it's quite a bit lower than FY20. And the reason for that is that we're spending and or encumbering funds for capital projects in the current fiscal year that we're in to pay for the data center expansion or the substation rebuild project, as well as signing contracts for the grid modernization efforts. So monies are being encumbered and pulled out of our reserve funds and into these CIP reappropriation funds. And those monies are kind of already slated, so it's bringing down our costs in FY25. So our costs look artificially lower, even though we'll likely spend some of those monies during that period. What this chart is really trying to show is kind of the annualized increase in our expenses in supply or distribution. And if you look over the 9 or 10-year period from FY20 to FY29, we're tracking about a 4 to 5% increase per year in each of these funds, which is generally in line with inflation that we've seen and lower than some of the utility inflation that we've seen. So we think this reflects reasonably well on us. So I'm going to also skip the next 3 slides. It's just more information on our costs. Happy to come back to them during questions. And this chart that I'm now showing is our standard revenues and costs chart of our electric utility, and it's a 10-year look at our revenues and our costs. So the revenue is shown in the line at the top of the graph, and there's two different lines. One that shows the additional revenue that we brought in through turning on the hydro rate adjuster during FY22 and FY23. And then the blue line is just our base rate revenue. And then all of the stacked bars are all of our various costs. So the important things to note here are that in FY21 and FY22, our costs were above our revenues. Then once we, then in FY23, if you'll recall, around this time last year, we found out that we had won a lawsuit against the federal government for overcharges for the Central Valley project. And that brought a $24 million infusion into our reserves and our revenues. It's reflected in our revenues. So in FY23, it looks like our revenue is well above our costs, and it was. But if you factor that lawsuit payment out, our costs were slightly above our revenues, which is what led us last year at this time to increase our base rates and simultaneously turn off our hydro rate adjuster. And the hope was that that would basically bring our revenues in line with our costs. But then our costs jump up in FY24 related to some of the capital spending that we're doing. And they fall back down in FY25. So we're not raising rates anymore to deal with this jump in capital expenses. And we're instead borrowing some monies during the short term from our electric special projects reserve. And then those monies will be replenished through debt service, which we expect to complete in FY25. That was a lot. Just the final points here is that you can also see that our costs are expected to rise over the financial plan period, and we're targeting corresponding rate increases in the outer years of 5% to to match costs with revenues. Okay. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here from the kind of overall rates and costs and revenues of the utility to talk about the cost of service study. So the cost of service analysis is based on a methodology that's evolved over 100 years of utility management. And it's really designed as a methodology to help set rates fairly across different customers. And these analyses are meant to help utilities set rates to align costs with charges to customers, and to make sure that those charges are allocated across customer groups fairly. These studies have taken on an even more significant role with the passage of Prop 26 in 2010 that amended the state constitution. The basic methodology of these studies is to establish how much revenue you need to stay solvent, then look at the consumption patterns of your customers and see how each customer class is using energy. Then you use these consumption patterns to allocate different types of costs. You use allocators such as kilowatt hours, peak demand, number of customers. And then once you've allocated all the costs across these different customer class, you design rates that allow you to recover the set amount of revenue that you've determined you need to run your business. Inevitably, there's people who consume during the peak or during off peak. Some people use more during the summer, some use more during the winter. We try to design rates that capture these differences and still recover costs fairly. And you can design rates that include tiered rates, seasonal rates, time of use rates. You can have rates that have fixed charges and other things. So I mentioned Prop 26, and this was a state ballot initiative that amended the state constitution, and it was focused on user fees, but it specifically called out electric and gas utilities, and that the rates that these utilities charge must be cost-based, absent voter or ratepayer approval. We oftentimes try to design rates that may have specific policy objectives. This is pretty challenging to do with Prop 26, and it oftentimes leaves policymakers feeling like they're handcuffed, that they don't have a lot of say. It's also important to realize that when policymakers do try to make rates from the dais, that this is oftentimes when cities find themselves in trouble. Palo Alto has a fairly conservative track record of trying to make sure that we're abiding by Prop 26 as closely as we can. And other agencies have gotten in trouble with Prop 26 around this. So something that we try to take seriously and manage well. One of the things that we do with our cost of service studies is to try to put forth some policy guidelines. So in fall of 2021, we developed some policy guidelines for the cost of service study. The first and foremost goal is, or overriding principle, is that the rates that we put forth are cost-based, and everything else is secondary. Some other things that are important to us are to ensure that low income customers are considered, and we also want to set rates in a way that reflect the values of the community and the sustainability and climate action plan. The cost of service rate design is also will hopefully support a transition to the AMI infrastructure, and provide time of use rates. And then lastly, one of the guidelines that we mapped out was to support a transition to fixed or minimum monthly charges. So what did we find? Key results in this cost of service study. We're not doing time of use in this rate cycle. We're not complete with the AMI project, so we're just not ready to have those rates in place by July 1st of this year. We're still kind of debating what's possible for the following fiscal year. And kind of the base case right now is that we'll have them July 1st, 2026. Potentially we'll be able to do something sooner. We did, however, update the time of use periods for our E4 and our E7 rates. Those customers already have more advanced meters, and we're able to offer a time of use rate. That being said, we only have one customer on a time of use rate in our commercial class. The median residential bill, as I said, is increasing 9%, and this is driven by the entire residential class needing to see an increase to meet the cost of service. There's also an addition of a fixed charge and a flattening of the tiers due to the change in residential consumption. All three factors impact low users most. However, we're not increasing revenue this year to avoid larger impacts. We're proposing a customer charge to replace the monthly minimum bill, which we currently have. We were never able to implement the monthly minimum bill in our billing system. The customer charge is a much more easy to implement component. It's something that we already have on most of our other utilities. And all of these changes that we're proposing help us move in a place that will be easier to implement time of use rates, which is kind of a rate that I would say best reflects the time component variations in our cost of service, which are pretty significant in California. If we were to jump straight to cost of service this year without making any of these changes, there would be much greater bill impacts on specific users based on their usage patterns. This slide that I'm now showing is a bill comparison. So as I mentioned, our rates still beat PG&E by roughly 50%. And this is a breakdown of individual rates that we offer and different usage amounts at different rate and the change in bill impacts that customers will see. So as we've said, the median residential customer will see a 9% increase, which is $7 a month. There's a small set of users that will see larger impacts, but no one should see bill impacts more than $11 a month. This is a little bit more granularity on our residential usage and the bill impacts customers will see. So on the left side is a bar chart showing the dollar per month bill impact that customers who use 200 kilowatts will see. 300 kilowatts, the median size customer, 650 kilowatts, 1,200 kilowatt hours per month. So again, this is showing the impact on the low usage customers. That's driven by the fact that we're implementing this customer charge and by the fact that the difference between our tier 1 and our tier 2 charges are decreasing. The tier 1 is going up a little bit. The tier 2 is coming down a little bit. And so the really large residential users are seeing a bill decrease as well. The pie chart on the right is just showing a breakdown of the total usage by our customers. So roughly half of our residential customers are using less than 330 kilowatt hours per month. little bit more on the competitiveness of our rates compared to PG&E and Santa Clara, and what residential users will see. I'm sorry that I don't have a commercial bill comparison yet. It's something I'm working on. There's just been a lot of changes with everything happening in rates, and this hasn't been the highest priority item, but I'm hoping to have this built into the process moving forward. Here's another look at bill comparisons between us and PG&E for residential users at various usage levels, at our current rates, our recommended rates, and then what PG&E is currently at. So even with the rate increase, as I mentioned, our customers are still seeing a substantial discount in comparison to PG&E. Back to some of the metrics we like to focus on for our utility rate plans is our reserves. So this graphic is showing our supply operations reserve. And in FY23, our supply operations reserve is at the max level. But we're going to be transferring monies into the hydro stabilization reserve, which will bring it down. And we're also transferring some monies into the distribution fund to cover the cost of some of the capital investments that we're making this year. Over the target period, this plan keeps the reserve within the guidelines. This chart's just showing a little more detail on all of our different reserves that we have. So I mentioned the hydro stabilization reserve. This had basically, we had brought this down to $400,000 at the end of the drought. And that was when we had implemented the hydro rate adjuster. We're now in a position where we can refund this. So this rate plan increases that reserve. And this is another kind of risk assessment chart that we like to look at, which is the combination of our hydro stabilization reserve and our operations reserve, and then a risk assessment level, which takes into account potential cost variance that we could see in our supply costs based on changes in hydro conditions or changes in market prices. And the takeaway here is that our reserves are now well above our risk assessment level, and we were very close to not being above that last year. This is our distribution reserve. We are very negative right now, and that's tied to the fact that some of the investments that we're making for these capital projects are already happening and the monies are being encumbered. And so that's drawing that reserve down. We're transferring some monies from the electric special projects reserve into this, and this plan brings this reserve within the guideline during the target period. This chart's just showing a little more detail on our reserves on the distribution side. Couple things to note here is that we're increasing the capital investment reserve during this plan, and our public benefits reserve is showing to be increasing here, but in reality, those monies will likely be spent on various customer programs that we have set in place. And this is just the staff recommendation, which outlines all of the rate changes that we're making, as well as all of the reserve transfers that we're proposing. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Great. Thank you. Why don't we first see if we have any members of the public who want to speak?
Chair, we do have one request to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is P. Tamrazi. P. Tamrazi, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, please forgive me. I'm in the middle of cooking for my young children. My pasta just got done. My name is Patricia Tomrazi. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, a homeowner. And, pardon me, I wanted to comment, well, on electricity and water, but I'll talk about electricity. I'm very concerned about the health and safety issues, which I've been told by utilities, the utilities department's own employees are stemming from budget cuts to their department. I myself have been suffering with flickering lights in my home. They were first reported to CPIU in late January. My smart meter and load loggers that were put on my home revealed that it was due to poor power supply to my home. CPIU has said that this is a problem on their side. It's not a problem inside my home. I'm asking you please to allocate funds so that there's proper response to emergencies and to problems. My first issue, and now this is really dangerous, is that when residents call into the emergency line reporting flickering lights, in my experience, no one is sent out. Now, flickering lights are generally treated as an emergency by utilities companies, as they could be due to loose connections, which could arc and cause a fire, or to loose neutrals, which could surge and cause a fire. The standard in the industry is to send linemen right out to check what's going on, because it may very well be a fire risk. In finding a solution to my problem, I looked for neighbors who had flickering lights. It turned out there were 9. One neighbor I learned called in a week into my ordeal, and he was told by the emergency line, just call back when it gets worse. It's dangerous. Another Palo Alto resident, she was on something like day 11 of waiting for anyone to come out. She had a dishwasher that went out, a refrigerator that went out, and ongoing flickering lights. Now, I've been told by employees within CPIU, these are high-ranking individuals in leadership positions, that reports of flickering lights are not being treated properly because of budget cuts. They say the people who are answering the phone are not properly trained because of budget cuts. Again, in working on my own problems, I also had issues with utilities dispatch line being really undertrained and not understanding general steps of service. That, you know, in talking with electrician after electrician, I knew something about, and I had to educate them, which is too much to ask for a citizen, in my opinion. Now, the second issue is that once problems are diagnosed on the city side, I've been told by utilities' own employees that they perform Band-Aid fixes instead of proper fixes. I was told by their own employees to go advocate for myself for a proper fix. One even told me, look up, find the linemen, walk to them, find a big guy with a bald head, and go plead your case for a proper fix. I mean, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard, and it didn't go well. I was told by the
Your time is up.
Okay, please advocate allocate the proper funds for safe phone answering and proper fixes, please. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to colleagues for questions and comments. Who would like to go first? Ed?
I'll comment first and then just a couple of quick questions. As usual, extraordinarily thorough. And I know from being the UAC liaison, they spent a lot of time with this as well. So it's been well vetted to get to us. I had a question on packet page 234 in the middle. You comment that, and you comment in your slides as well, that electricity consumption projections of this report are conservative. Can you give us a feel of what you forecast for things like, commercial real estate? Do you think it's going to come up or stay the same? And the same thing with retail. I would think that retail deltas in this case would be pretty de minimis and probably not worth counting. But how are you trending the various commercial businesses as opposed to residential in your conservative study?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So we forecast our load at an aggregate basis where we look at our total sales for the previous 20 years, and we run a linear regression model, and then based off of I'd say research that we do and anecdotal conversations with engineering and changes in kind of the year-to-year trends, we make an assessment on what we think is most likely to happen with our load. But it generally matches kind of the 20-year trend that we're seeing, and we're seeing a small percentage of load loss every year. And most of that is occurring in the E4 and E7 commercial, medium and large commercial businesses. And to the extent that we are seeing return in or growth in certain types of customers, I would say until that's really borne out in the data for a year or two, it's generally not a strong enough signal to overtake the longer term trend that we're seeing.
Okay, so you don't think you or we should put a stake in the ground and say, we're convinced that commercial real estate is going to go down 50% more, and that's going to affect electricity in such and such a way. That's going to be okay because there's enough aggregate data to get us through at least the next year.
So we go back and forth between our electric supply planning team and our rate team. And for the purpose of rate making, we try to take a very conservative view on what we're expecting from our sales or our load. And we're really just taking the prior data to be what it is and not deviating very much from the historical trend that we're seeing. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, you're not recommending we look at some projected new shift at this point. That's what you're saying.
I'm not recommending that we make rates based on that.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there's certain scenarios where it makes sense to do that planning exercise.
Okay, yeah. The rates that you listed as -6 to +9 was an oddity in a chart, but it was instructive. So I'm glad you had it that way. And then we're planning, this is actually a question for our finance people. We're planning right now 50 million plus the Hanover substation in municipal bonds and modeling the debt service on that over in this model 2 years, right?
Why don't you do it?
So we're actually we're actually modeling, I believe, do we have the slide on the debt service projections? We may not.
That's right. Just want to know
We're
the process.
we're looking at 4 debt issuances, and these are very preliminary numbers. 4 debt issuances totaling a little over 300 million over the next 7 years to cover grid modernization plus 1 or 2 other projects that are happening in FY24 and FY25.
So that's what you've got in your charts now for costs that we're trying to
Yes.
fund. Okay, great. And our finance people say that's all right. We're going to be able to get those instruments out there and get the money, right?
Sure. And I think just the thing to remember is that this issuance that they're modeling is basically a revenue backed debt issuance.
Right.
Which would be pledging the electric utility rate revenues as the backing for that capital investment. The reason why it's phased is when we do these issuances, the proceeds do need to be spent within a certain period of time. And given the length of time of this capital improvement, we do expect that multiple issuances will be necessary.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now. Vicky?
Thank you. And I concur, a tremendous presentation. Lisa and Micah, thank you very much. Couple of big picture questions and then slightly more granular question. At the outset, and you mentioned inflation and then used a phrase utility inflation as if it was slightly differently. I'm just wondering for my own edification looking at the numbers that have been proposed for the electric, but also for others, they're generally higher than I think of CPI. And so is that typically the case for utility inflation or is that expected to continue to be the case?
I don't know what's expected to be the case moving forward. I would say I would hope that it would become more in line with CPI. I think what electric utilities have seen over the last few years is that there's been extreme challenges and shortages with critical things like transformers, and the price of those items in particular have risen much more than maybe standard things that are included in CPI. And so I would say it's not unreasonable to hear metrics like transformers are up 20% or things like that. And when you average it across all of the cost expenses in a utility, it's substantially higher than CPI.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at is I also took note that you mentioned, there's lots of uncertainty. We have a drought, we have a lot of water, it goes back and forth. Load growth, we anticipate a certain growth, but hard to exactly predict. And I'm just wondering with our residents and consumers to kind of get them adjusted to the idea that perhaps, there might be additional utility inflation beyond CPI. And I'm looking, so I'm thinking also of slide 9, which is the FY 2025 electric cost and projections. It goes to the out years, I think that's 2029. And you did a great job of explaining to us about what happened in the last couple years and where we had the hydro, the red line. And I guess, looking at that chart, it's like, so this year we won't recoup the cost because we have the high capital investment, as you were just discussing. Next year, we kind of catch up and then it matches up in the out years. So when I look at, I guess the question I want to ask, but maybe is unfair, is how confident are we that it's going to match up in the out years given this uncertainty?
I mean, I think that we put together a plan that we feel reasonably confident in. There's just, yeah, we've seen so much volatility in the last couple of years that it makes us cautious.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm mainly just trying to elucidate that it's hard. You can't change how it is, but that because this is terrific analysis, but it's still a bit of a guessing game, given that's a multifactorial, if you will.
Yeah.
So then my last question is simply the fact that some of the lower usage customers will have a slightly higher % increase, which of course it may not be ideal. And so I think you also mentioned that there was some rate assistance available for lower income customers. Could you talk a little bit about that and how that works? Because utilities can be regressive, and so that's not necessarily ideal.
So can we go to the backup slide? Well, actually, you know what? That maybe isn't necessary. There are probably some changes that we can make, and some of this is detailed in the cost of service analysis, to increase, and we have to do a little bit of design work on this, but to increase the way we do rate assistance, or change the way we do rate assistance to help those who are maybe lower users and being affected more heavily by that customer charge, and the changes to the tiers. And it really is those lower users, higher user, low income residents, and there will be some, they're going to actually benefit from some of the reductions in the higher tier costs. So if we can design something that provides a little bit of extra benefit to those low users through our rate assistance program, our consultant estimated that the cost was very manageable in the $50,000 range for those who are on rate assistance now. Obviously, if rate assistance expanded, there are a lot more people eligible for it than are on it. And so if it expanded more, that cost would go up, but still within the range of what's affordable for the utility.
Yeah, that's great, because it seems to doing something like that seems to align both our equity interests and our interests in lower use, right? For greenhouse gas and other reasons. So very good. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks for a deep report. Couple things. On our tier structure, we're making adjustments here, and we've had this dilemma of switching from along what had been a long-term trend of wanting to incentivize conservation. Now we incentivize electrification, which bumps people up to a higher tier. And we were struggling with how to contend with that. What's the update on how do we contend with not essentially penalizing folks for electrifying?
Yeah, so these changes do help with that. They switch some of the revenue recovery to a customer charge, a fixed charge, and then they narrow the tiers. And so there's less of a differential between higher tier usage and lower tier usage, and those who are using heavily already because they have an electrified home and an electrified vehicle will actually see some benefit under this new rate plan. In the long term, it's likely as we switch to time of use rates that that what we see is really just differentials based on time of day you use electricity rather than how much you use in a month. And that will eliminate disincentives to higher efficient usage of electricity.
Okay. And just following up on that issue of the moving toward time of use, I guess I was a little disappointed that we're projecting 2.25 years before we're going to be able to really go in that direction. So when do we plan on having the completion of the AMIs
Yep.
installed, and then what's the next steps after that?
So we're aiming for the rollout of all the residential meters by the end of this calendar year. Supply chain issues or delays in, with our contractors that are rolling it out could delay that. So we had originally been thinking that process would take a little bit longer and that 2026 was the right time to switch to time of use rates. We're starting to think it may be possible to do it sooner. We're investigating that. We can't commit to anything right now, but we're as interested in moving that needle as anybody. And I think that it's just a matter of whether it's prudent and feasible.
And can you share with us what analysis we've done and projections on currently how time of procurement basically is affecting our costs, that we have higher costs to procure during certain times, and we aren't yet able to pass that on into our pricing structure. So how does that currently affect costs, and what do we anticipate will actually be the cost impact to the ratepayer of time of use pricing on average or in aggregate, if we assume certain behavioral changes based on time of use? Presumably we can look at what other utilities who are ahead of us on this adoption curve have experienced.
Yeah, so I think we don't have firm differentials right now to talk about. I think one place you can look for indications is in the E4 and E7 time of use rates. The differentials there will provide some indication on the differences that residents might also see, but those are different rate schedules. They have demand rates included. So it might not be entirely reflective. We don't have residential rates to talk about right now. I can say that the differentials between peak prices and off-peak prices in Palo Alto have tended to be lower than in, say, PG&E territory. And in part, that has to do with the fact that peak summer usage has real serious impacts on places in the Central Valley like SMUD or PG&E territory where the transformers heat up. If you're using electricity in the evenings, it can have a real impact on the physical infrastructure. That's less of a problem here in Palo Alto, and that can add real costs that get reflected in the time of use rates. So you're not going to see that kind of differential here, but there are differences in the market. Expect those differences to continue for a while. And so you will see some differential in Palo Alto, but it's not going to provide quite as much price incentive as in other places, I think.
So, yeah, I was thinking along the same lines. SMUD has been a leader, but they're a different climate.
Yeah.
But we have Santa Clara, Alameda, maybe a few others. Where are they on the adoption curve, and what can we project based on their experiences or any other relevant experiences?
Yeah, so I'll try to address that and add a little bit to what Jonathan said. So we designed a time of use rate in this cycle. It's just we don't have everything in place that we need to be able to offer it. One of the things that implementing a time of use rate does is it introduces some uncertainty in our revenue projections because we don't know exactly how much customers are going to use at what time periods. And so that's introducing a new risk to our financial planning. We have asked our neighbors at Silicon Valley Clean Energy, the CCA, they have time of use data on all of their customers. Their customers' usage trends will hopefully be pretty similar to ours. We use that data to do the analysis to build a rate and to look at the differentials. So I'm trying to, what exactly was your question? Is there something that I can?
Well, what do we think will be the net impact on customer rates?
So,
yeah.
Yeah. So I think the cost of service study basically allocates about $29 million of revenue collection to the residential class. When we move to time of use rates, that $29 million will still be roughly about that amount. And the true impacts will really be felt by customers that are using energy differently. It's largely not going to change our cost structure. What it's going to do is reflect our costs to customers more accurately. So customers that are using during the 5 to 9 period will have higher bills. Customers that aren't will have lower bills. But overall, if we design our rates appropriately, we'll still collect the same amount of money from those customers.
Well, if we continue to move in a direction where we have electrification and both of transportation and buildings, and we have the more and more there is the ability for consumers to charge when they choose to, whether it's during a period when it's greener energy or cheaper energy or both, then presumably we're every year going to have a higher portion of our ratepayers who are making kind of smart decisions, which means they're going to buy electricity when it's cheaper, which allows us to buy it when it's cheaper. So I'm still trying to understand why that's not going to have at least a moderately significant impact in an increasing one over time.
Yeah, I think your intuition is right. What I would say is that I can't say with certainty what the impact will be to our costs. It would need to be borne out in the data by actually seeing that our customers are buying the cheap energy.
Yeah, but we don't have certainty on any of this. So my question is, what's our projections? What projections are we making based upon best available information at this point in time, with an appreciation that this is everybody's learning and patterns are changing in utilities along these lines. So we don't have a crystal ball, but we are behind other utilities who have already gone through some of these experiences.
Yep. So I would say for our projections, as Jonathan pointed out, that our E4 and our E7 rates will give you some indication on on the tier differential that our residential customers will see. And we have started doing that analysis on our residential customers. We just don't have something that's ready to be implemented today.
But based upon the CCAs or other comps, basically, can't we have some sense of where that's headed? And can that be shared?
Where what specifically is
The
headed?
impact of variable rates on our cost structure to the utility and ultimately on our costs to the ratepayers.
You're asking how much energy do we expect people might shift and how much of a cost reduction will that result in?
Yeah,
Right.
in both our supply cost and our impact on ratepayers.
We don't have an answer yet. And that's the primary question that we want to answer ourselves as
But
well.
what is Silicon Valley Clean Energy and others, what have they seen so far and what are they seeing on trend lines?
I'm not sure to be.
If you don't
yeah.
have it that with you, that's okay. Or if we don't have it yet, but that would be a follow-up that I'd be very interested in. And rather than us
Yeah.
too much rely on our own theoretical
Yeah.
projections, some hybrid of that
Yeah.
along with their experiences.
I think that there's a number of studies that have been conducted on the impact of time of use rates. And I guess what I would say is, there's learnings from those studies that say the cost differential of your on-peak to off-peak should be a 3x difference to really incentivize consumer behavior change, things like that.
Well, I will add that we have another change that's occurring, which is going from historically in this field, we had only the real economic drivers to do it. But we didn't have economic drivers that were coupled with smart technologies that could just let people program what they're going to do. And that is anticipated to have another significant impact on how the users will respond to time of use pricing. And those comps of other agencies aren't yet able to see that, just like we aren't, because that's an emerging trend, but it's potentially a really big one. And so my interest isn't I'm fine with not having those answers tonight, but I'd like us to figure out how and when we begin to analyze that and share that with an appreciation that we won't have precision, but it is nevertheless very substantive. And just like we project all kinds of things based upon our best available information, that's what we would want to do here, as opposed to assuming these things aren't going to change when the world is changing this arena really rapidly and will probably accelerate in that change in the next few years. So that would be a request that whenever we have our next discussion, we begin that, because I appreciate it doesn't mean that the first cut at that you're going to have as deep of and as good of answers as you will as you go along.
Fully understand and in full agreement. The primary objective, I would say, of the rate changes that we're proposing this time around are setting us up for better positioning to continue making changes in the direction that will allow us to do that.
Can we pull back up slide 3?
Can I add
Oh,
something,
sorry.
Chair Burt? So I can tell you a little bit about Alameda. So Alameda have completed their meter AMI about 2 years ago. And what they found in the first year, there was not a lot of change. And the reason for is behavior. The thing in the second year, what they've been tracking is about a 4% difference. But the reason why I think that, since I live there, there is no major push for electrification in Alameda. So I think that it's just time of use that, yes, there's charging that's going on, other than charging, there isn't really anything happening from the home or any from the building standpoint. So I think that, you know, with everything that we're doing up front here, and when we start to look at the modeling and all the efforts that we're putting in from electrification standpoint, we're going to see that trend, a much higher trend. And then I think also too is that, you know, we'll see a little bit less than on the supply chain of what we have to purchase portion of it, because people will think about this. And since we use a lot of solar and we're heavy in the middle portion of it, how we put those rates together will be a positive for us as a whole, as a community. So I don't think Alameda is getting everything that they really want until they can actually start thinking about what that future looks like.
Yeah, I'll say that there's another behavioral factor that I expect will come into play here, which is that the earlier adopters, which we have many here, whether it's on vehicles or appliances, will also be more attuned to responding to these opportunities, more likely to adopt emerging technologies that can be in smart appliances, smart panels, and not only controlling time of charging, which is already ramping up in the vehicle industry, but then we've got the whole field of bidirectional charging. Which a lot of experts are predicting is going to be a huge transformation in grid stabilization, and as well as being able to have smart time of use. With that bidirectional, I just shared with folks today a first article I'd seen that the vehicle manufacturers, who 2 years ago, for the most part, weren't really concerning themselves with this, are now saying, how do we get a cut of the pie? And so it's kind of all ramping up, and it's hard to predict the outcomes, but I think it will be significant, and I want to make sure that we're building that best available information into our projections with a real understanding that nobody has a crystal ball on it. Yeah. Vicky, go ahead.
Yeah, just a related point that occurs to me listening to this, and big fan of time of use, AMI, green, maximizing our use of green energy. But I wonder if you could also, as you're monitoring other places, I wonder if there's a tension between those who can take more ready advantage of the lower daytime use and those who cannot. And what I'm wondering is if there's a blue collar, white collar thing, those who can work from home and do more of the daytime use, and those who have to get in their car and drive away from their home and need to use the 4 to 7 or evening hours. So I think we want to think about that as we watch the habits change. And think about our rate structure in years out. And if you can kind of keep an eye out, ear out for that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's a real consideration. I will say that my assumption is that all will benefit from those adjustments, because collectively bringing down the consumption at high cost periods helps everyone. It's not a complete answer, but it at least partially allays some of those concerns. On slide 3, we can pull that back up. Can you explain that to me a little better? Because what I'm seeing there is, if we look at the red bar, it's showing between FY 25 and 29, the distribution costs appearing to go up, 125% or something. But we're saying a 5% year over year. So I got a different slide 3. It's the one, I think you reordered. Yeah. So now it's your slide 4. Sorry. I have the ones that came to us this afternoon. So can you explain that? I'm missing something there.
You're commenting on
the FY 25 to 2029.
Yeah.
4%.
You know what I think is happening here? The,
Well, John, your mic, if you want to share your comments.
I think there might be an error in this slide. I think the 7% on the left probably should be on the, you see how between the first and second bars, it says distributions increasing by 7% per year.
Mhm.
From that, oh no, I'm sorry. So here, what's going on here is that the percentage numbers, the percentage changes in distribution are kind of wildly off and misleading because of that that issue with the capital projects between FY 24 and FY 25. So what we did for these percentage numbers is just averaged FY 24 and FY 25. And so what we saw was 7% increases per year from FY 2020 to the average of FY 24 and FY 25. That's what note 2 says. And then 4% per year from that average to FY 29. The idea was to just point out that distribution costs increase really significantly through the current year. They're expected to increase at a slower rate
Okay.
out through FY 2029.
All right, so
It's confusing. There was.
tried to combine two
Yeah,
things at
tried to
once.
combine
Yeah.
it.
Okay, yeah, I think you might want to rework that one because other people will be even more confused. So, okay, but I get what it's actually, if you understand it, it's there, but
Yeah.
yeah. And then you referenced, and we had one slide that went the past 5 years, and I think that that's an important context as we kind of look at the impact of our rates. We have this political concern on how do we present what's going on to our ratepayers in ways that they're going to understand and appreciate that even with all that's gone on, they're getting, in particular on electricity, a screaming deal through us. And instead, if we don't have that context of comparison, not only to over time, but then the other chart that you had comparing to PG&E and Santa Clara, the comparisons that everybody makes is to what did I pay last year? And all I'm hearing is what's my increase next year? And nothing else is understood and appreciated by the ratepayers unless we really present it to them and present it to them repeatedly. And otherwise, the conclusion is going to be we're all doing a bad job. And so I'm really wanting to push this out there. I kind of do it every year, that we have to think that we're also in the business of explaining to our ratepayers what's really happening. It's one thing for you to explain it to us as policymakers, and we get it. But we've got 68,000 people out there. And the other thing is that I realize we have PG&E, but our biggest comps in the region are our CCAs. And I had been, don't they sell to?
They just supply the commodity. Sorry, they just supply the commodity and then PG&E charges for the distribution portion. So they're another comparison point, but it's a little more complicated, I guess.
It is, but and maybe people will just be satisfied with looking at PG&E. But basically, I had been under the assumption that the CCAs were going to be able to provide greener energy than PG&E, comparable to how green we are, and do it at rates comparable to what we have, which is not the case. And that's the point I'm making, is that compared to our CCAs, we provide an incredibly better cost compared to PG&E or our CCAs. And I think we really want to present that and do it clearly and repeatedly. Because the other point is that these comparison concepts, we often, as staff and otherwise, will say, no, we said that 9 months ago was in this slide. And the average ratepayer needs to see it in their bills, they need to see it in the press, they need to see it all these places before it finally has hit enough of them that they go, no, no, no. Palo Alto's rates are half of PG&E, but that's not the refrain. I can tell you because I run this past residents time and time again. Virtually every time there's a concern over this and otherwise, it is a discount to living in Palo Alto. And it's underappreciated and we have to make sure that we're conveying it.
Noted.
Okay. And supply projections, you had touched on that, did I understand it right, that we're not really projecting significant increases in demand over time? Or did I get that wrong?
So for the purposes of rate setting, we're assuming business as usual increases in load from things like electrification, continuing decreases due to efficiency in solar, continuing decreases due to, the long-term trend towards lower intensity commercial uses, moving from industry to office in Palo Alto. This is where part of the uncertainty comes into the forecasts. There is, we have a lot of very ambitious programs, and we've seen, greater and greater uptake in some of those programs. And so if we're able to move the needle on that, that will start to be reflected in our load data, and then it will start to be reflected in our rates. And since we change rates every single year, we have a very quick response rate. The other factor is potential large new loads. Those aren't factored into this projection this year because there have, just been a lot of changes in business conditions and in their, their projections. But again, as we have more certainty on that will get built in. That's offset by uncertainty in things like costs and how much we rely on debt service versus cost financing. And there will almost certainly be changes when we bring this back next year, and possibly policy decisions on how we fund certain things and the like.
So related to that, on the commercial side, we've seen this decline occurring. We have a blip right now with Tesla's demand and data center that they're putting in. We don't have a lot of those sorts of clients anymore in the community, but we have potentially. And Santa Clara has been kind of the destination for a lot of those data centers the last 20 years. But I thought I heard that they are kind of backing off from some of their programs there, and us being kind of a close second in terms of cost of electricity. Are we seeing any anticipation that, we had the VM Broadcom merger that we thought Broadcom would perhaps consolidate in Santa Clara. Instead, they're somewhat consolidating in Palo Alto. What do we think may happen with this whole overlay of the projected massive data center growth globally from AI?
That is really uncertain. We've tried to do some investigation into it. We haven't found somebody who has a really clear answer. Real estate is the biggest challenge in Palo Alto for that sort of a business. The buildings are not as big as you could get in a much more spread out location. And it is really premium real estate. So it's something that's very uncertain. It's something that we've investigated. We've definitely had some inquiries, but far fewer firm commitments than inquiries.
Okay. And then I want to touch on reliability and our investments there. When the recent council meeting, I had brought up the question of whether we should have targeted metrics on our reliability first. And first, I want to say that PG&E's reliability has tanked and ours has deteriorated a little bit. And so by comparison, we are much better than PG&E today. And that gap has grown. Nevertheless, we're looking to our ratepayers to support electrification, and reliability has actually gone down and the reliance on electricity is going up. And so my assumption is that we need to have a plan that first returns us to our former reliability, and then second, targets some higher reliability than we ever had before, because our ratepayers are relying on electricity more than they ever have before. So how much of that is built into this capital investment program? My understanding is that a lot of the same things that we're doing to increase capacity are going to benefit reliability.
Yes, that's right. I think there's the matter of the plan and then the metrics. We have a lot on the table that we're doing to increase reliability. The grid modernization plan, I think, is what you're referring to. We're replacing an enormous amount of aging capacity in transformers, feeders, substation equipment. That will help with outages. We're also networking the system more than it is. We already have a reasonably networked system. We're networking it even more. And what that allows you to do is to switch, to connect different parts of the system to reduce the impact of outages. We're also focusing a lot on workforce, which is intended, which will allow us to respond to outages quicker and more effectively. And then we're also exploring through our reliability and resiliency strategic plan how we can use new and flexible technologies like solar and storage and vehicle to home to provide even greater access to electricity during outages. So there's a lot on the table. I think I'm probably even forgetting some things. There are things we're doing in the foothills that are very particular to that part of town. Then there's the matter of the metrics and the goals, and that's a really important topic. And we heard the council loud and clear on that one. And in the recently adopted reliability and resiliency strategic plan, there's a work item in there to to work with the Utilities Advisory Commission and the council to develop those goals as we implement that plan.
Okay, thanks. And you rattled off a number of big components of what we're doing. I think it's and we've got this upcoming study on the reliability and resiliency strategic plan, but even what we're already doing, I don't recall seeing that as a package. Now it can be a package, but if we aren't projecting its ramifications, we're only able to say we think these things are going to matter a lot, which is accurate. But it's ultimately we need to say, okay, here's our plan, and there are other things that we may do to add to that plan, and here's what we are projecting will be the impacts. And how does that align with whatever goal we set? And we don't seem to be there yet, even though we have a lot of stuff going on that is pointed in that direction.
Yeah, that's the work item in the reliability and resiliency strategic plan.
Okay.
Developing those metrics also requires being able to have some estimate of what the plans that we're working on right now will result in. It doesn't make a lot of sense for us to develop goals that wouldn't be achievable based on what our work plan is.
Good. And Vicki mentioned kind of low income residents and this rate assistance program. One of the things we, I think, touched on last year when we were going through some of the big disruptions and concerns about them is what I think you mentioned, which is we have a lot more folks eligible for it than participating. So do we have any update on how we're advancing the marketing of that to make sure that eligible folks are aware of it adequately?
So we do have still some customers that are still reeling back from the COVID period of time where we've seen large bills that are owed. So we're actually doing warm touches with those individuals. So we look at what the bill costs are looking at and what they're, and asking them and sending them information, send them the applications, ask them to come in and we'll help them set up a plan so that they'll be able to pay these, large utility bills off. And even if they don't have those large, we just know what we're doing is doing an outreach campaign to those low income families.
And do we treat affordable housing providers in a similar category?
I don't think we do. I don't. Oh, do you?
Yeah, I mean, there are ways in which when people are moving in affordable housing, that they can be put onto these rate schedules proactively because they already have eligibility.
Well, and then we've got those affordable housing providers. Are
Right.
we systematically working with them to make sure they're aware of that and marketing it to their residents?
We do, and we're reviewing right now whether there's more that we can do with them. We're doing a little bit of an internal audit on our how effectively we're interacting with those folks.
Good. One last thing, not for tonight, but for a follow-up on our next time we get together on these things, is future projections on supply cost. I know that you in the case of electric, you when I was talking about commodity, you said that the industry uses the price that we pay the utility scale provider through PPAs plus the distribution as commodity costs, right? So and both those things matter. Basically, to get an understanding of, as we're seeing continued reductions in the cost of renewables and we had deviation in that during COVID, but we're back on the downward trend, and on storage and other emerging technologies. What do we project is going to be the impact longer term? And to what degree does that mitigate against increased distribution costs or on state grid, that distribution, not our local distribution? I'm not looking for answers tonight, but looking forward. But anything you have, if you had something, great. I was saying I wasn't expecting it, and but if you've got something, all the better.
Yeah, I think you're talking about some really very long-term trends. It does seem like battery storage costs are decreasing, so that will have some.
So it was more than seem like they are in a drastic decline.
Yeah, and so that's going to have some effect on the ability to move solar energy within the day. There's also so those cost decreases are also matched with the countervailing trend of the fact that as you start to get closer and closer to higher and higher penetrations of renewables, to fill in gaps in night, evenings, winter, you end up having to turn to higher and higher cost technologies. So while some of the technologies that you're dealing with may decline in cost, solar and storage especially, when you have to rely on other technologies like geothermal, which may be declining in cost, but actually are more expensive, or when you're trying to rely on solar and storage that's being curtailed some percentage, so you need to pay for the whole project, but you're getting less energy out of it. Those trends they work counter to that declining manufacturing cost trend. So which of those trends is going to be most dominant in the next 10, 15 years isn't something that I'm prepared to be able to give you a projection on tonight. Mike, I think you had some thoughts on our own specific costs over the next 5 years or so.
Yeah, I was just going to point out on page 435 of the packet, we call out all of our financial forecasts on a line by line item, and we break out our electric supply purchase forecast. And in FY 24, our forecast is 114 million, and then 121 in FY 25, and it reaches 132 million in FY 29. And our supply costs are made up of a number of different costs, so transmission and all of the power purchase agreements that are locked in for multiple years at a time. So ideally, in any given year, these numbers aren't jumping around too much because of the long-term contracts we have in place.
And I think don't we also have a chart in section 6?
Yeah, part of the related question is we're starting to approach retiring some of our earlier renewable contracts. And so there's kind of two comparisons. One is how the new contracts compare to recent ones, but it's much more favorable compared to the oldest. So that's a trend that.
Yeah, you probably saw that last night in the Amoresco.
No, I didn't.
Oh, so that was in the council packet for underneath the consent item. And so if you looked at those costs, we actually saw we got actually a better deal.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
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 So, I mean,
Yeah.
we are seeing that.
Yep. Good. Okay. Well, thank you. And so last thing we have a discussion on, maybe briefly, but on, we have recommendations on the rate changes. A question that I still struggle with is, and we haven't really talked about it, is, but it's always what comes up when we have a spike year. Is there any way to level that out at all? So can you share with us what you're, we're looking at 5 or 9% this year, and then we go down to maybe we can even have that slide projection that.
Yeah. So the overall revenue increase is 0.5%, and then the 9% at the residential is really an outcome of the cost of service study and the rebalancing that's occurring between the different rate classes.
Yep. And I appreciate fully why those costs are where they are, and the projection is just an issue that we always struggle with is do we give ratepayers too much of a bump at once? We look internally at what's needed and then have to balance that against really political ramifications that basically ratepayers once again saying, I'm going to define how not only are our utilities performing, but how our city is performing based on how much my bill went up this year.
Can I build on what Micah said about the rate changes? So I think we're all agreed we need to make the cost of service changes. The question is, could we do not a 0.5% increase in revenue? Could we decrease revenue by a couple percent or something along those lines to decrease that impact? If we were to do that, you would need to see 6 or 7% increases in future years. So you might be able to get 7s all through the period. It may be that we have to collect more money because we draw down reserves even more significantly. So biting this bullet on the 9%, while it might be painful in this year, it'll probably, once we're through it, feel better to people over the longer term than continuous year after year after year, 7% increases. But that's a judgment for the council to make at the end of the day.
It's a tough call. Thoughts on that, Ed?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say that the big elephant in the room is we have to do a lot of infrastructure changes for us to be moving, radically to electricity. And I think folks understand that in the community, and that doesn't come free. So I think that's the big change going forward here is if we're going to be investing $300 million, somebody's got to pay for it. It's called all of us. So I think that's a big part of the messaging. I don't disagree when we get to, a little bit further into this, that perhaps this year 9 is too much. We can take another look at that. But I think the what you call the political thing, what I call the messaging part, I think part of that is just contained in how much we have to spend to upgrade where we are.
Well, 2 things. One, this is the time to take another look at it. we got tonight to take another look at that 9 or not. There's not another bite at that apple. Until it
I
gets.
thought we were getting this one more time.
This is
Well,
our
We're asking
recommendation to
for
our
a
council,
recommendation to council tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, council will get it. Yes.
but they're gonna take our, see our
Yeah.
recommendation.
And ultimately, just from a timing perspective, so the committee understands, these rates will go to council with the budget for adoption scheduled for June 17th. So once it's at council, then we're looking towards the new fiscal year.
And then something Ed alluded to of the $300 million toward the grid mod. But as John has pointed out a couple of times to us, and I think we want to maybe even bring back that slide or that shows only a little half or so of that, or a little over half of that is attributable to electrification. The rest has to be done anyway. And that's really important to remind everybody again, because the press ran with that higher number. And that is what's out there right now. Even though we've corrected it and clarified, we got to keep bringing it back to that clarified number, because just heard one of my colleagues go with that original concept.
I was just talking about the overall infrastructure numbers. I'm not disputing that half of it is what we would do anyway.
Yeah, but we need to make sure the community understands that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vicky?
Yeah, so in answer to your question about, do we bite the bullet now, get through the year, feel better thereafter, or do we kind of trundle along with 7% every year? Yeah, I mean, it is hard to see this size of a number. I think we're gonna have the same conversation though on a couple of other utilities and where there's more room to play with. Because it does seem here that between the 9 and then the 5s and the 9% and 5% in the following 4 years, there isn't a lot of ability to kind of ratchet down it. And so I don't know that 9 and 7 buys us that much. And I do think that the part of the grid modification that we wouldn't be paying anyway is something that people do support and do want to do. And I think it's an easier sell than perhaps when we have this conversation on some of the other utilities. So it's difficult. I don't love it, but I do think that it's probably the right thing to do in this instance for all the reasons that have been discussed and explained by staff. I think it will be politically harder than going the other way. And I think we should think hard. I agree with Chair Burt about how we communicate around it. But I think at this point for this utility, I would be in favor of the staff recommendation.
And I should have noted that last year when we had different finance committee, what we ended up doing was in this meeting, we said, well, you know, we really want to look at it in the context of all of these increases. We may have initial thoughts, but at the end of the meeting to come back and say, what does it now look like as a package? So trying to remember to, we procedurally, can we just put as a placeholder to the end of the meeting, a vote on the rate increases? I forget how we did it. We managed to do that a year ago, I believe. We agendized these as individual items, but we came back and we looked collectively at them.
Sure. What the committee could consider doing is operating like we do during the budget hearings, where you move tentative approvals. And then at the end of the meeting, take a final formal vote.
Okay. And before doing that, John, you indicated it might be instead of the 9 this year, 777. But when I look at, if we look at through 2029, if we went to 6, wouldn't it be approximately 6 all the way out to 2029? Well, if you
No.
look at slide 9.
Because I experimented with this, you know, I tried to get it down into, what I was aiming for was 5, so if we could do it. The problem you have with that is you have to decrease not just those low user revenues, you have to decrease all the big commercial user revenues as well. So you forego a huge amount of revenue and you lower those commercial rates and then jack them right up the next year. So you introduce a lot of uncertainty into commercial planning as well. And you eat up a lot of reserves to absorb all that revenue loss, which you then have to make up by increasing rates faster in the later years. So there's a lot of it's like jamming on the brakes, then jamming on the gas. It really does bad things to the reserves and to the changes in rates to make that happen.
So internally, it's hitting the accelerator and the gas. Externally, that's what's happening to our ratepayers, a 9% bump and then down to 5%. So we've got a trade-off there. And whether it's 6 across the board or bringing it down to 7 this year, and what would be the impacts on those outlying years, and what would be the impacts on the internal funds and the commercial ratepayers. We don't really have that in front of us. And I don't know if that was part of the presentation to UAC, or we just had this.
No,
one
we ran
alternative.
those experiments internally, and they were tough, and we didn't propose them. It's, they can be shown, they can be developed.
Well, that would be after the cows left the barn. Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, we can entertain a motion on tentative approval. That's what I discussed earlier, that we would be tentatively approving the staff recommendations, and we'll, at the end of the meeting, have a revisit looking at all these rates together and make sure we're still good with them.
I'll move the tentative approval of the staff recommendation on the electric rates.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Go ahead and you can. Do we actually have to take roll call votes on those?
Roll call votes is only required if there's a council member who's online. So if you want to
Good.
take a voice vote,
Okay.
that's okay too.
Because other agencies I'm involved with don't do the roll call votes. We do. Okay, all in favor? Aye, that passes unanimously. Okay, so now thank you very much. And just again, I think we all appreciated how thorough and thoughtful this presentation was, and the studies that were behind it. Thanks. So we'll go back to item number 1, which is storm and surface water drainage. This is the hallelujah of a 2.6%. Karen, who's kicking it off?
Okay. So hi, I'm Karen North. I am the Assistant Director for Public Works and Environmental Services Division. I'm going to try and keep this to maybe 20 minutes or less. It's the easiest one, the least amount of slides. The one that I think last year, one of the council members asked, why do I come? And Kylie quickly, because I said, I actually have no idea, but she responded that because it's up to your prerogative if you decide not to do the 2.6% increase. But this was, the stormwater management fee was voted by the voters in 2017. Part of that included a CPI increase. So I come to the finance committee every year. It's probably the fastest slides for the rate increase, but I will be staying for others. So next slide. So just to remind everybody, in our infinite wisdom in 2017, we decided to do a base component, which is about 55% of the fund ongoing. And then we did a component for infrastructure, so 13 projects, and that one does sunset in 2032. So at least we figured out how to keep funding for our stormwater compliance and ongoing maintenance. So that will be in basically forever. So which is nice. These are the capital projects funded by the stormwater management fee, just to add a little pizzazz to the presentation, because otherwise it's really boring. So you can see the ones that we've already completed with the previous ballot measures. There's the ones in black that are not started, the ones in purple, the West Bay Shore Road capacity upgrades, those are currently design in progress, and we're supposed to start construction hopefully this year. And so you can just see that we've been getting quite a bit done with this money. So the next slide is we're just asking for your concurrence with the 2.6 increase in alignment with the CPI. And you can see the cost differential, what it's going to be for the equivalent residential unit, which is increasing by less than 50 cents. So it's going up to $17.20. You have any questions?
Questions or comments?
I'll make a comment. I like the pizzazz slide. Because no, I looked at it with intrigue because there's one near my home and I've been sort of watching it. And so no, it actually is, it's a great illustration. I looked at this and see the 2.6 increase in alignment with the CPI, and all looks in order for me. I don't know, Chair, would you entertain a motion at this point?
Well, why don't we get any other questions, comments first?
I'm good.
So I just had a couple. One is that at the recent neighborhood meeting that was included the areas that were affected by the recent flooding. I think it was Dave gave updates on the acceleration that we're doing and some changes on some stormwater measures that will have beneficial impacts on reducing flooding. And at that time, we didn't have an update on when those would occur, and I was interested in that, if anybody has that information.
We don't have that update at this point in time yet. The stormwater CIP group is looking at how to prioritize different projects. And so that has not been fully vetted. So those are, I believe, the ones, the center and the Hamilton.
Sounds right.
So those are on the to be done in the future. It's just determining when they have staff capacity and when they can get to those.
And are we reallocating resources to prioritize those over others that were more routine and longer term, and treating these like they're a greater sense of urgency because of what we've learned from our recent flooding?
I know the engineering team has looked at the data and the flooding, and then that's part of the reason why that they're probably going to be prioritized higher than others.
So when and how can we get a real report on this? It's a high priority to that segment of the community.
Well, I probably can get you a report in terms of at least where we anticipate they're going to go at the budget hearing meetings.
Okay.
Because I think it's tied into budget.
Not just where, but when?
I don't know if we'll have exactly when, but I can report back and see if I can get
Okay.
that information
Good.
for you.
And related to that, I'll just add that one thing that again wasn't presented at that neighborhood meeting by the Creek JPA or our staff is a greatly underappreciated impact on flood risk reduction that occurred as a result of Reach 1 projects. I can't tell you how many times, and this is more of a Creek JPA, but it's related to our stormwater collection system. There is almost universal perception that there's been no benefit to people upstream of Reach 1 in all these years. We saw it again in the press just this last week, I think. And we have under-communicated the benefit that actually has occurred. In '98, we had a massive lake. And in a year and a quarter ago, we had overtopping and it ran into the bay. And that is a huge difference. And our residents don't understand that that is because of the Reach 1 measures and additional stormwater measures. I just don't think we are communicating the real benefits that they've already received. Why we didn't have bigger flooding is because of those measures. And I hear it almost unanimously from including people who are pretty knowledgeable on this are still locked into a misconception. So I want to encourage that we look for every opportunity to communicate that to the public and maybe even fold that into this update that you give on at the budget is just, it's, I don't know that we have the ability to quantify that well, but it is, it's a big impact that occurred and that we just need to figure out how we can communicate it.
Agreed.
Okay. All right, Vicky.
I'll move the staff recommendation for stormwater rate increases.
Second.
Right, all in favor? Aye, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
And Chair, I'll just state for the record that there's no request to speak.
Oh, good, thank you. Okay, that moves us on to wastewater collection. And
Hi, Lisa Belier, Senior Resource Planner, Utilities Department. And I'll be talking with you about the wastewater presentation. I'm just waiting for it to share. So for the wastewater utility, I'm going to mostly focus on the some minor changes since we brought this proposal to you in February. So I'm planning to basically skip over several of the slides for brevity purposes, but I'm happy to go into any questions or respond to any requests for information on any of the slides. So the overview of the proposal is for a 15% rate increase, which is $7.29 per residential customer per month. And with this proposal, it would allow the utility to do a sewer replacement of 1.25 miles estimated in 2026, which is lower than our previous expected estimate, and continue to do our pump station retrofit that we've planned in fiscal year 28. We do have an alternative rate increase proposal of 9% increase, which is $4.37 per residential customer per month. And that would involve deferring the sewer replacement in 2026 entirely and deferring the pump station retrofit. Both our recommendation of the $7.29 as well as the alternative would allow the utility to resume and initiate the 5-mile replacements every other year, which is equivalent to 2.5 miles per year beginning in 2028. Basically, what happened is that our revenues were lower than we expected and costs were higher than we expected in fiscal year 26. And at the same time, the utility moved forward with a very large sewer main replacement, SSR 31.
You said 26, did you mean 4?
So this is for planned in fiscal year 26. Yeah, so we would defer that planned main replacement, right? And so so that sewer main replacement is occurring. It had to occur to coordinate with the Caltrans repaving of El Camino, and it had to occur a year earlier than planned. And so that is taxing the utility, this smaller utility. And for that reason, I want to highlight that we're projecting potential impacts to the cash flow by the end of this fiscal year. And so we think that we're projecting that the cash flow may be negative up to $3 million on a short-term basis. And to make sure that that doesn't happen, we're proposing a short-term loan with council approval that would be up to the not to exceed amount of $3 million on a one-time basis. So that's the proposal that you'll see that incorporated if you look through the different slides and the charts that's part of the proposal under both the recommendation and the alternative. So with that, I'm going to jump forward to slide 8. I really just wanted to give you an overview of the utility, that it's about half the costs are for the collection system itself and the things I was just talking about with the maintenance and replacement of the infrastructure. And about half of the costs are for treatment, where we send the wastewater to the regional water quality control plant that Palo Alto owns and operates and has 5 partners that collects the the wastewater and treats it. And again, I'm going to go forward and show you some key slides here. This is the reserves for the utility. You can see that the green shows the operations reserve, and you can see that it's very low at the end of 2023. And it jumps up in 2024 because of the loan that I was mentioning. And that loan is short term. It is reflected in the chart as being repaid in 2026. And then over time, we're going to be replenishing the CIP reserve so that that remains within the guideline range by the end of the 5-year period. This chart shows the costs and revenues. The costs are in the stacked bars and the revenue is in the line that goes along the top. And the year that we're talking about is actually fiscal year 2025, even though it's coming up starting in July of 2024. So that's where we're looking at that 15% increase, the first red number at the top of the chart in the middle. And the costs, the blue costs at the bottom are the treatment costs for capital and operations. And I'll point out that we are modeling in here some grant funding from Valley Water. So those treatment, capital, and debt costs in actuality are going up much more than what's reflected in the chart, but we are anticipating some funding from Valley Water that's going to offset those costs for Palo Alto residents and businesses. So we're modeling that here. The collection operations costs are increasing, and the collection capital is really where the growth is occurring here in terms of the increasing rate of main replacement for this utility so that we can stay on track with making sure that we try to replace all the infrastructure before it reaches the end of its useful life. The operations reserve, this is a close-up of the operations reserve, and you can see that low level in 2023 that we saw on the previous slide. And then we're bringing it back up to as close to within the guideline range as we can, and then bringing it up to the target by the end of the 5-year period. This is the CIP reserve for that sewer main replacement 31 that I mentioned earlier. The council approved withdrawing all the funds from the CIP reserve to help to pay for that. And so the reserve is currently empty, and we are planning to begin to replenish that reserve in 2027, do some main replacement in 28, which draws it down again, and then replenish it in 2029. And will remain within the guideline range beyond that. I'm actually going to move through these, but I will make the main point that Palo Alto is currently 26% below the comparison city average, and that's what's shown in the slide. Even with this increase of 15%, Palo Alto's rate will remain 14% below the comparison city average. And that is assuming that the other cities don't increase their rates, which is highly unlikely because the other cities are facing some of the same pressures to increase the rates that Palo Alto is. So with that, this is our recommendation slide, and it reflects that we have a financial plan with this short-term loan. As I mentioned, it's not to exceed $3 million in a short-term loan from the fiber optics fund. And that would be repaid in 2026 with interest at the city's portfolio rate plus 0.25%. Additionally, we have attached our rate schedules that show and redline all the changes that we're proposing. So with that, I would be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
Chair, we do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, thanks. Ed?
Yes, thanks. This one got a lot of discussion at the UAC. And the critical factor doesn't look like it in the text, but it is at the very top of page 16. This has got the sewage has a 100-year life cycle, and this proposal, even at the 15, we're pushing to 111 years, which is basically a guesstimate. So there's a risk in there. Are the pipes really good? Are the pipes pretty good? So I think that has to be taken into account. But they came back with this, I thought, very well discussed and reasoned way of using the short-term loan to build up some of the reserves, which is appropriate, but that the 15% rate lets at least a 1.25 miles to be done, so we can keep moving along with that. So I just want to make those two comments. And I just had one question for you. You mentioned the I don't know if you call them a grant, but funding from Valley Water. Is that what's the probability of that?
Yeah, so that's a grant program that Valley Water has set aside some funds that Palo Alto taxpayers pay through the state water project tax on property tax bills. And those funds are somewhat uncertain because they're projection, but we will be receiving those funds for the city of Palo Alto. So that's an item that the Karen may want to talk about more, but she's going to be bringing that to the council later this fiscal year.
Okay, yeah, just don't want to have a big hole by the time we get to approving this. So,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I should say that none of those funds are modeled as being received in 2025, which is the year that we're setting rates for. We're not counting on that in the shorter term.
Vicky?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. So yeah, so this is one of the ones I was alluding to earlier in terms of the large increase this year, the 15%. And I believe last year it was 9%, so we're talking 24% over 2 years. Is that correct?
Yes, it was 9% last year.
Yeah. So that's a little tricky to deal with, but I do note that in your last, well, your penultimate and slide and the one before that, which I guess are 18 and 19, when we look at comparison cities, we're still in pretty good shape with respect to these being 26 below the comparison city average for residential. Now we're a little higher on the commercial side, and then a little lower on the restaurant side. So I guess one thing I'm curious about is the so with the wastewater, I mean, I looked at the slide that was sorry, let me find it. That shows the treatment and collection breakdown for our cost structure. That is those two components. And since we use the RWQCP, like Los Altos Hills, and a couple others, I was interested in the rate on so I guess when we look at slide 18 and we look at Palo Alto's being 55.93, and are we pretty much seeing, I guess, Mountain View and Los Altos are in that range as well with us because they're also using the RWQCP? Is that a logical thing to? Okay, I'm getting a lot of nods around the room. Okay, I'm catching up.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. And so if we were to do, though, this 15%, depending on, I mean, who knows what they'll do? They may be facing the same thing, but we might not then continue to compare quite as favorably.
So the 15%, so in the first column of this table, you can see the $48.64. That's the current monthly sewer charge for
okay.
residents. The proposal is the $55.93. And that is still 14% below the current neighboring community average of $65.38 based on this comparison. And this comparison is made up of the group of utilities that we typically compare ourselves to across the different utilities. You look like you want to say something else.
No, I get that. And that's good for us relative to all the comparison cities, but I'm just looking at the RWQCP cities where we're still below them. Thank you for pointing that out in the far left column. But we may or may not be if we do this big increase if they don't. That's my only point. So unless I'm missing something. No, okay. So then I do have one question back on slide 3. Want to make sure I'm getting it right. I should look at the bigger version to make sure I'm getting it right. Okay, so we talk about with the staff recommendation that we would be doing the 1.25 miles of reduced size sewer replacement in FY 2026. That would have to be deferred if we went to the 9%. And then it says, either way, we would resume the 2.5 miles per year in FY 28. And so I'm just curious what happens in FY 27?
Oh, let me clarify. So the council approved a plan where we moved to a 2 every other year replacement approval process. So we do the construction every other year in order to try to get efficiencies and get better pricing on larger projects, and to do a coordinated effort with inspection and things like that. So the reason I'm only mentioning the even years is that that's when the construction is planned. So I hope that helps to clarify that,
That
if not.
absolutely does. I just.
So
had
in
one-
27, to answer your question, we would be saving, the money essentially to be able to pay for that construction in 28.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Let me see. I think those are all the questions I have. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. I have questions in 2 different places. Some are tagged on slides and some are in my notes. You answered that one. Just one moment. Oh, that one Ed asked. And since maybe you can continue, educate me a little bit on page 13, sorry, slide 13, it's the operations and capital cost drivers, and under operational costs, there is lower connection capacity fees and interest income. And I believe there was talking about lower use because of various factors, but why lower connection? Or maybe you can just describe me with the connection. I would assume that would be connecting. I mean, I just don't, why is that lower this year?
No, great question. So what we've seen is the connection, charges are for new connections. So new development or new, not pre-existing customers. And we've seen just in the recent years that has declined over the last couple of years pretty significantly. It does vary from year to year, so it's not that it necessarily couldn't increase, but we're projecting that it will continue to be low.
Got it. Thank you. And then I apologize if this was addressed on slide 15, which is the bar chart. So for 2025, it's modeled out with the recommended 15%. What would the revenue line look like if we went with the 9%? I assume it would be pretty far down, but do you have where on that bar chart?
I think I do have the bar chart in the backup, and I will look for that in a moment. It would just, what's going on here is that in 2024, that loan that I mentioned is being actually reflected in the revenue line. There may be a better way to reflect that, but that's why that's higher in 2024. So that's why it looks as though it's going down in 25. So in 25, with a lower rate increase, it would be even lower. Let me go look for that.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. Okay, that's all. Just whenever you have that. Oh.
Chair, can I do a follow-up question? Yeah, on that loan, would we, from the financial, wouldn't we think about that as almost like a line of credit that you would start pulling down? And if so, then why would the 3 million be in there in the first day? Or is that correct that we do need to put it in there automatically at once?
It could be structured in either way.
Okay,
However, how the staff has done it is they've done it as all at once and then with the repayment. So
Maybe
instead of,
because we know we need it, I guess, but,
right,
and so I was gonna say, in the same regard, if we wanted to be more flexible on that and to reduce the fees, we could say, starting at 3, but flexible up to 4 and see what that does to the percentage. So we could fiddle with that loan a little bit as a way of bringing down the percentage. But the percentage in dollars only ends up to be $3. So I'm not sure how much we need to work to get the percentage down to save $3 a month in all this analysis.
Maybe just give us a quick look at slide 32 and we'll.
Yes, slide 32 is up on the screen right now, and it shows that revenue line going, reflecting that loan, short-term, not to exceed 3 million loan in 24. And then that's why the revenue is showing us declining in 25.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I do have a table to your question, council member, allowing that shows the $3 difference and how that increases over the 5-year period and then decreases down to $2, if that would be helpful.
I'm okay without it.
Okay.
I'm okay without it, but if others want to see that, that's fine. Okay.
So just first, following up on that loan, my understanding is that it will have no impact on our fiber to the premise rollout, correct?
That's
That is
correct.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think we want to make sure that that's laid on the table, because I've already heard from some of the advocates of fiber to the premise that they have that concern.
Right.
Let's see. Second, I just follow up on the connections. We've had in recent years low commercial growth and actually low housing growth, but we're projecting strong housing growth, and we have a lot in the pipeline. Are we aligning our connection projections and with those housing growth projections? And as it related to that is, I don't know how multifamily connections compare to other connections that you had down there. Is that a single connection?
So I can provide my perspective, or if others want to weigh in. What we're doing here is looking at the recorded information, the most recent recorded information, or the last 2 or 3 years of recorded information, and basing the projection for this 5-year period on that. We're not, we think, based especially on what happened in fiscal year 23, when we did model some connection revenue that didn't materialize, and this small utility, it's a little risky to count on that revenue when we have seen it decline so much. So for the purposes of this financial forecast, we're not projecting that to align with planning projections, but we will update our forecast next year, each year, to reflect the new data.
So I appreciate that there's a real risk of being too essentially optimistic on connection revenue or any revenue there. But there's also a risk to projecting based on trailing patterns rather than including other factors. And I would encourage us to do a hybrid of that and get with planning and at least make sure that we're really understanding what is their best anticipation. And frankly, they don't know when this housing will come online, other than certain things that are in the pipeline, which are an increase from where we've been. It's not at the pace that we would need to have over the course of the next 8 years for our housing element. But I think we shouldn't be using purely trailing patterns. At the same time, I fully appreciate that we don't want to just use solely a forward projection that may or may not materialize. Okay. One of the things that you mentioned under kind of the cost impacts that we moved forward the El Camino Real project, which was a big one. I think that's, the community wants to hear that, that's moved forward because we're repaving, having El Camino Real repaved. And so I think that's something to highlight as to make sure that the public understands that that's part of this. And then on the comparisons, well, first, I should say, we title this wastewater collection, but it's really wastewater collection and treatment, right? Why don't we title it wastewater collection and treatment?
I guess I will partially take a stab at this. The numbers that are reflected on this slide reflects only the city of Palo Alto's portion
Yep.
of wastewater. So this is specific to our ratepayers and our rate base.
I understand that.
Sure. And so the treatment financials run through the treatment plant fund, which has all the partner agencies in it.
But it's our share of that. That's in here.
Correct.
So these are costs for wastewater collection and treatment for our wastewater. They're not the costs of Los Altos and Mountain View's
Correct.
treatment. They're the costs of our treatment. So we're titling it in a way that reflects half of what it is. And to folks who read it and aren't informed, they think it's just the collection cost. Why wouldn't we title it the way it is?
Well, yeah, we can't remove collection. We would probably need to add something specific, like to your point, Palo Alto wastewater collection and treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I just, for just simple clarity.
right. And
Yeah.
then when we do
Okay.
yours, do regional.
Okay, and then when we're talking about the Valley Water revenue, is that the revenue we're getting for the recycling at
No, it's a, oh,
the pilot recycling? No, separate. Okay,
So this was a provision, but as you know, you probably have heard us talk about the State Water Project tax money that Carla has many
Carla knows I've been
years.
battling this. for a
Right, many
decade.
years. So when Director Kremen was part of the Valley Water Board, they put in this, they call it guiding principle number 5. And they basically allocated 5 years worth of fiscal funds to the communities that do not get direct water from the State
Thanks,
Water
that
Project
reminder.
tax.
That was that 5 year.
And so we're estimating it's just around $10.5 million and it's going to be going up with inflation. There'll be a staff report that will be coming to you hopefully in June. We have to get this signed by the end of this fiscal year. And then we need to spend the money before 2030. I think I got that right, Lisa. And so what utilities and public works determined the easiest thing is, because we have some large capital projects, is to use it on for Palo Alto's portions for some of the projects that we're doing at the sewage treatment plant. But they're not the ones that are funded by SRF, just to make things complicated.
Thanks for that reminder. And that reminds me of a question I had when I had that explained to me is, well, what about beyond that 5 years? Because they're continuing to collect from our ratepayers the water conveyance charges for water that we aren't getting conveyed to us. So do we have any ongoing negotiations with them on extending that?
Not at this point in time.
Okay, so I think we want to get it on the agenda. And they won't give us the money unless we ask for it. And they won't even just give it to us by us just asking. But we did get it by negotiating. And I think it's really important for us to continue because it's an ongoing taxation without representation, basically. So, okay, thanks. Lastly, when we compare against on slide 18, kind of two things about this. One is that these are, for the neighboring communities, they're trailing rates, right? They don't reflect their FY25 adjustments. Whereas ours, at least, well, what we really have is that far left column, the FY24, is what we should be comparing the average to.
yes.
Is that what we did, not the FY25?
Yes, we're showing both here, but that is correct. That is That's a very good point. Yes, for the other cities, it's showing trailing, it's showing what their rates are now. We don't have a projection. I mean, we kind of know what some of the cities have noticed, but we do not know exactly what they're going to approve.
When we say we're 26% below, is that 26% below their our FY 24 compared to theirs? Because it looks like it's a greater differential. The is
Yeah,
65.38 compared to 48.64. But I don't know if my
Yeah.
eyeballs is wrong. Are we comparing it to the 55.93, the FY 25?
it might depend on which number you put over the other, but it's supposed to be, we're trying to compare the 65 from the neighboring community average to the 48.64, the current Palo Alto, so that it would be an apples to apples comparison, but we included the proposal just to really emphasize how we're still below that average if we compare our fiscal year 25 proposal to the current average of 24.
So in the box where we say that we're 26% below, you're saying that 26 was based upon comparing $65 to $48?
Is it incorrect? I'm happy to correct it if it's wrong.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the intent.
It is
Yeah.
comparing
Yes.
that. Okay, thank you. And then lastly, as Vicky noted, Mountain View and Los Altos are treatment costs. They have their own collection costs. But probably the more valid comparisons are those cities that have different treatment costs. Because actually the differential, we probably bring it down by including Los Altos and Mountain View, and they're not reflecting a different treatment cost. They're the same. And so I would encourage us to put those in a different category. We can put them as what are the comparative costs of our partner agencies. But really when we look at this, we're comparing to, for instance, Redwood City, which has already absorbed a big plant rebuild cost. And Menlo Park's in that same collection. And that's why they're so high. And then I think we've heard that, Santa Clara feeds into Sunnyvale, right? Is that right? Or is it San Jose?
San Jose.
And Sunnyvale's got a big project like ours and others. So these other cities that are right now low, they're on the cusp of experiencing big treatment cost increases for rebuilding their plants. Yeah. So I think we just want to tell that story a little bit differently if possible. But all right. Thank you. And do we have a what do we call it? Tentative motion, or what do we call it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Tentative motion.
I would move the staff proposal.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? All right. Moving along. And our next is our gas utility.
I'll also be talking to you about the gas utility, and let me just pull that presentation up. So the gas utility proposal is the same that we brought to you back in February and that we talked to the UAC about in March. The staff proposal is for a 9% overall rate increase to customer bills. And this is due to the 15% gas distribution rate increase. We also are going to talk to you tonight about two alternatives for the general fund transfer for the gas utility. And they're the same alternatives that we brought to you before, but we tried to enhance the slide and make it more clear based on the feedback that you had previously provided. And I'm going to plan to take a similar approach that I took for the wastewater utility and skip over some of the slides, and then we'll return to them as you have questions about them, if that works. Okay. I'll talk a little bit about the long-term cost trends and the cost structure of the gas utility to just give a really brief overview before we launch into the general fund transfer. So the gas utility has, in the blue cost bars at the top, shows the supply costs, the commodity costs, which are made up of the cost to actually purchase the gas, the transmission cost to transport the gas to Palo Alto, and then 2 environmental charges for both the state required cap and trade program, as well as Palo Alto's carbon offset program. Those costs are projected in this altogether as a package in this chart to increase by 2% per year for the next 5 years. The other main component of the gas cost is the distribution costs. And tonight we're talking about those distribution cost increases that we need in order to pay for important infrastructure investment and to replenish the reserves in the gas utility. And this chart, it breaks the distribution costs into 2 components, the capital and the operations. And you can see that operations makes up the largest portion of the costs and capital is growing at a larger rate. I'm going to talk a little bit about the gas general fund transfer. The voters approved Measure L, which provides for 18% of the gas utilities gross revenues from 2 fiscal years prior to be transferred to the general fund. In last year, the council approved 15.5% because the council, the measure L provided for the council to elect to transfer less than the 18%. And because of the gas price spikes last year, the council decided to transfer 15.5% in fiscal year 24. We're proposing for fiscal year 25 a transfer of 11.9%, and I'll show you that number was derived by calculating a gradual transition up to 18% in fiscal year 27. Alternatively, the council could transfer the full amount allowed under Measure L of the 18%. And this slide, bear with me, it has a lot of information on it, but I hope it will provide you with all the details that you may need as you consider this decision. So on the right, it shows a chart that shows the 11.9% option on the yellow line. And you can see that at the bottom line, it gradually goes from the 2024 level of 7.7 million up to about 9 million, 8.96 million in 2025, and gradually up to the 18% level in 27. Alternatively, the red dotted line at the top shows that the 18% transfer level, which is 13.55 million. And then in the, and those are associated with fiscal year 25. So that's reflecting 2 years prior from the 18% of 2 years prior. The charts on the left try to show some different data that you may be interested in. The first chart at the top shows the summary of the overall rate changes for customers. And so you can see that what I talked about in the first slide was actually the staff recommendation, which was to transfer the 11.9%, which is equivalent to a 9% overall bill impact for gas customers. The alternative would be to transfer 18%, which is equivalent to a 15% overall rate change for gas customers. The next table on the left shows the percent of gross gas utility revenue to transfer, and you can see that in gray in 24 it was 15.5%. As I mentioned, in 25 there's the 2 options, 11.9% or 18%. Those are the 2 options we're presenting here anyway. And then the 11.9% gradually gets up to the 18% in 27 by doing a 16.5% in 26, whereas the transfer 18% in every year just shows 18% in each year. The next table shows the transfer amount. That's similar to what's shown on the chart on the right. And then the transfer amount table at the bottom shows the year-over-year change. So you can see that the transfer of 11.9% would be a 16% increase in that general fund transfer amount from 24 to 25. And the transfer of 18% would be a 76% increase, and then would be a decrease in the following year. Any questions at this point on that slide? Or shall I continue? Okay, so this is the cost and revenue for the chart for the gas utility at the 11.9% transfer, general fund transfer level. Shows that in 2025, we'd have a 9% rate increase and then 7s and 6s in the remaining years. You can see, I'll show you a slide in a minute that shows the operations reserve. And you can see that we need to replenish the operations reserve, which is projected to be below not only the reserve guideline range, but also below the risk assessment level at the end of the current fiscal year 24. This is the alternative general fund transfer. We would have a 15% rate increase in 2015, followed by 5s and 6s in the subsequent 4 years. This is the operations reserve that I mentioned. It ended the year within the guideline range at the end of 2023. However, some expenses in that are 2023 related were actually reflected in 2024, which is why that drop occurs at the end of 2024. And then we're planning to bring the operations reserve up to within the guideline range and to target levels by the end of the 5-year period. And at the moment, the CIP reserve does not have any funding in it. And we are expecting some electrification related costs in the longer term in the gas utility. And so we are planning to replenish the CIP reserve, which is also consistent with our gas utility reserve management practices. I think I just showed you this information in other charts, so I'm going to skip over it to the recommendation. And that is to approve the the UAC and staff recommend, the Finance Committee recommend to Council to adopt the resolution with the financial plan, which also amends the gas utility reserve management practices, and to transfer 11.9% of the gas utility gross revenue received in 23 to the general fund in 25. And again, we have our rate schedules attached with all our proposed rate changes. Any questions?
Let me see if we have any members of the public.
Chair, we do have a request to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Patricia Tambrazi.
Oh, hi there. Actually, I wanted to speak on the water budget. Is that okay? I saw you jumped from wastewater to gas.
Yeah, we'll allow that.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patricia Tamrazi. I'm a homeowner here in Palo Alto. I'm very concerned about health and safety issues stemming from the use of contractors in work done on Palo Alto's water delivery system. I'm concerned that out-of-state contractors are being used perhaps to cut costs, and that those contractors don't have ties here to the residents of Palo Alto, and therefore are more apt to cut corners, in turn causing health and safety issues. In particular, I'm concerned about improper water meter replacements done by Utility Partners of America. That's an outfit which, by its website, appears to be based in South Carolina. On March 11th, the drinking water of an elderly friend of mine, also a homeowner in Palo Alto, was grossly contaminated due to an improper water meter replacement. This is the upgrade to the new smart meters. A very large amount of yard dirt was injected into his freshwater pipes. This contamination was so great that he was unable to use his water for days as he waited for help to come. He and his wife lived on emergency water they kept on hand in case of earthquake. They ordered out food and they were unable to clean properly. That help never came. And in fact, he was told to call a local plumber for remediation and disinfection. The city told him that. On March 12th, a City of Palo Alto employee via email acknowledged to my friend that the contamination was caused by the improper water meter replacement by the city's contractor. He laid out simple steps of service that should be taken, and he said, I will arrange a meeting with our contractors to ensure they are following this procedure diligently to prevent any recurrence of such incidents. So my friend believed that, and he took no action. But the contractor was not brought under control. On April 8th, which was 1 day short of 4 weeks after the city's assurances, my water replacement was done in the exact same way as my elderly friends, and contamination resulted. Now, my water contamination, unlike my friends, was very slight. However, the contractor's steps of service, the missteps of service really, were exactly the same. In fact, I asked him to follow the steps of service, and he was very unfamiliar with them. It was simply due to luck and circumstance that I could flush out my water lines. And by the way, my elderly friend, due to some common conditions in his plumbing, a month later, he's still getting dirt coming out of his taps. I don't know if he's still seen dirt, but that was a couple weeks ago, but a month in, he was still seeing that. Compounding that, there's no notice, so people can't watch for contamination. The health department, Santa Clara County Health Department, their water safety expert said this is worrisome. Yard dirt can contain E. coli, which can make you sick. Slight contamination like mine, he said, might be even worse than gross contamination like my friends, because it can increase the chance of ingestion. It's compounded by the lack of notice. The problem is, the health department said, they don't oversee the utility. He suggested a civil suit would be my best option. Now, the city attorney can tell you that's very difficult to bring a civil suit. Please, if it costs more to do this correctly, please allocate that money. If the city's own steps of performance are followed, there would be no chance of contamination. They're really simple steps, but of course, not doing them is quicker and cheaper. This does not have to happen.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now return to discussion. Vicky?
Thank you. I just have two things. The first is if we could look at slide 10. This is the estimated gas bill changes. And there are a couple of charts, left side residential, right side commercial. And my question is about the commercial chart. Because it appears, so as I read it, we've got the different, sort of usage tiers down the left-hand column, starting at 250 therms per month and escalating to 250,000 therms. And if we look at the bill under proposed rates, or even the bill under current rates, it looks like there's almost a built-in incentive to use more, because it gets cheaper as you go. Because the cost for the 250,000 is not 1,000 times as big as the cost for the 250. So could you just tell me a little bit about the thinking there, if I'm following that accurately?
Yeah, so there is a service charge. There's a monthly meter charge for the gas customers, and that is a standard rate design. And so for a customer that uses less, it can make that percentage, different, because I think that's why you're seeing the difference in those percentages depending on the usage, because it's both, it's a service charge and a variable charge.
Yeah, so I get it. But the service charge must be growing as well, because there's an enormous difference between 250,000. I mean, we would have expected it to be 167,000 if it were, but for the flat fee up front. So it seems like there's still some sort of whatever the running rate is different, or is that not the case? Am I doing the math wrong?
I'm going to have to take a look at the spreadsheet in order to fully answer your question in more detail about that.
Okay.
That larger. So let me get back to you.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just curious if that's the case. I'm just curious about the thinking behind it. And then so getting to kind of the overall bigger question about this, the rates for gas. And the proposal of 9% this next year, FY 2025. And then as I'm looking at the chart, then it goes 7,766, I believe, for the out years. What I'm wondering is, so for the electric utility, when we looked at it earlier, it was 9 and then 55555. Is there some place that there's the dollar comparison per month for the average user as opposed to just the percentage? I'm sure that's in here. I haven't. I guess because what I'm wondering is, I would not want to. I would tend to support this. I don't think I want to do a lower percent increase than electric, but I understand that there could be an absolute dollar differential.
Yeah, so the dollar comparison, I think you're asking for the longer term comparison over the number of years, because what's on the screen is showing for the proposed rates.
So I'm back actually looking at the,
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, the overview table?
I'm
Mhm.
looking at the overview table.
Yeah.
And what I'm seeing are percentages and then the increase dollars. I'm just wondering what the average user bill per month would be for gas versus the average user bill per month for electric under the proposal, the 9% proposals. And I'm sure the numbers are in there somewhere. I just was.
Yeah, I think that you're looking in a good place to get that information. I mean, I will tell you that in that table, it's a table that has a lot of numbers in it. So we've rounded some of the numbers to the nearest 10 cents and the nearest percentage to just make it digestible in one table. So the numbers may not be completely comparable, but it gives you a good sense of what the dollar. So if you look at, let me show you that green table that you're looking at. It has a percentage and then below it, it has a dollar amount for every year for each utility.
But that's just the delta, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the monthly average.
Thank you. Great question. So the for the total bill for each utility,
Just for gas and electric.
just for gas and electric, for each year into the future.
No, just FY 2025.
Yeah. So
Just two numbers.
then
And I'm sure they're in
this
here somewhere.
slide that is showing is showing that for you for gas. The median
Oh, this.
bill change. Yeah. So the $3.94 for the median customer there.
Okay. What is
Sorry.
the average dollar amount, not the differential for the median customer? Because this is the bill change. What is the average bill?
Yeah. So it's
Is it 40?
$41.54 currently.
Got it.
And the proposal is I'm talking about a 18 therm, a customer that uses 18 therms per month, but we've shown a series of different levels. And I should really be talking about winter. So the 54 therms per month and median in winter is a bill of $105.15.
Okay. So we're saying that it would 105 and would go to about 112. And could you remind me what the averages are for electric? What the
Yes,
comparable?
we can pull that up, or maybe Micah knows.
Yeah, or if you want to pull it up while I'm talking, but so on electric, the median summer bill is currently 66 and it would rise to 75, which is a $9 impact. It's 14% during the summer months. In the winter months, it's 88 and it jumps to 92, or a $4.70, which is 5%. Averaged over the year, it's 9%, which is $7 a month.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. Okay, that actually, those numbers actually come out as I was hoping. I mean, generally, I support your proposal. I see, you know, how you did it, why you did it. We've had such variability in the past. I think this makes sense. In terms of the transfer of the 18 versus the 11.8, I think it was, or something very close to 12. That transferring that amount and being able to stay with these 9% is fine with me. So just to let my colleagues know, but I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ed?
Yeah, I basically just have one question strictly from a staff perspective. You're recommending the 11.9 and then 16.5 simply to gradually make the increases in rates, correct? Okay.
That is correct, but I will also just add that we acknowledge that the FY 2025 transfer, if you were to look at that chart of what the gross receipts were in the calculation for FY 2025, that shows an anomaly in that chart, and that anomaly is that spike in gas prices from 2 years ago. And so because of how the calculation works, being a percentage of gross, yes, it is trying to smooth things, but also when that spike happened in the cost, the council had made it pretty clear to make sure that we were only passing on costs that were required to be passed on, given that spike in therm cost.
But that math is correct, but I'm not sure how that's relevant to the next 3 years.
Well, I think that what Kylie is talking about is that spike is driving that almost $9 million. Once we get into next year's, if we left it right where it is, it's going to be much less of a transfer. But if we gradually move it back up into the 18% over the next 3 years, we will see an increase then at the projected rate that you saw on these charts. But I think the point is, if we didn't have that spike and we would just had a nominal year, then we would not be transferring as much, and that's the reason why for the 11.9%.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the classic trade-off. We talked about this when we saw it the first time, which is that that's going to be an easier messaging to our residents. And then we have $4.5 million less to spend when we get to all of our parking lot items that we all want to do about 2 months from now. So, okay, thank you.
So first, what transfer rate is built into the long-range financial forecast? Go ahead.
This current forecast is in alignment with the long-range financial forecast.
So the 11.9 going to the 16.5 going to the 18, is that the one you're referring to? Because we have
Yes,
this-
so if you were
that
to
is
look at the
correct.
transfer values, there's about a $9 million transfer forecasted in FY 2025, a $10 million transfer in FY 2026, a $12.7 million transfer in 2027, so on and so forth.
Okay. Got it. And back on slide 10, when Vicky was asking about kind of those different rates based on consumption levels for commercial, I'm trying to remember whether we used to break out the fixed costs from the variable and then maybe have a combined amount, but I think it helps clarify the picture by breaking that out. For instance, do you happen to know, for instance, out of the 250 therms per month, what's the fixed cost? I assume it's a much higher percentage of the total than it is down on the higher usage categories.
The monthly service charge is $129 a month.
So it's like almost 80% of that. It's flat for everybody, the monthly service charge?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. So
Okay, yeah, so.
Your total bill varies a lot based
Yeah.
on how much you're using.
Yep. Okay, so then, when we subtract that from, the bill, it shows that the actual variable cost for the low users is real small dollar amount. And so then maybe it makes sense better on
Yeah.
what, yeah.
I also have an answer that my colleague looked up for me, which is that, and I should have said this earlier, but basically for the variable and fixed charges, you're correct. We're increasing those in this proposal by 15% for the distribution charges. But what the bill is showing is the overall picture, including the commodity component. And that commodity component is not increasing as much in this projection. So the more the bill has of the commodity component, it dampens the impact of that distribution rate increase of 15%. So that's what's going on in here. So just for clarity.
Thank you. And then, last year and, really last, I guess, 2 years, we were certainly very focused on the commodity price disruptions and trying to project what we thought it would be once things stabilized. Did I miss it, or is there a slide showing what we're assuming on where things are right now in commodity costs and what the experts are projecting and what we're building into assumptions?
That is in the packet. I'm not sure. I need to look if it's in the slides.
Okay. I'm just curious what our anticipation is at this point in time versus what we thought a year ago or 2 years ago. I guess it was mostly a year ago that we were struggling with it. If, while you're trying to locate that, well,
What?
yeah. Your gazillion backup slides.
Yes, I do have a chart showing the projection. So this chart shows the actual in the solid line and then the projection in the dotted line. And it shows the projection, remaining low into the future.
And what last year, what had we assumed was I thought we used a higher assumption on the going forward costs than what we're seeing here. Do we know that?
I would guess that we used a higher forecasted projection cost. The price of natural gas in the US has fallen dramatically in the last
Yep.
12 months, and it hadn't fallen as much in California previously, but it has since come down further. Just for a little bit of context, on page 211 in the packet, we have our commodity cost forecast. In 2023, our commodity cost was roughly 46 million. In 24, it's 27 million. In 25, it's 26 million, and it's 26 to 28 million in the remaining years of this forecast. So that's based on the reduction in natural gas prices that we've seen.
Good. Okay. And that's all baked into the projections that we've got here. Okay. Thanks. Lastly, a couple of strategic questions. As we're looking at our future of transitioning away from gas, we have kind of two parts to our capital costs related to that. I know that we're looking at studies going that are occurring right now that will help inform us. But at a high level, we're going to at a certain point in time have a question of okay, we're replacing equipment based upon normal replacement cycles, and it's got when we replace lines, they're for how long a period? is the expected life of them?
So the ones that we're replacing right now, they're only about good for the 50 to 40 mark. But the lines that we're putting in today, brand new, they'll last the 100-year life expectancy.
Even though
That we're
we're
going
not
to,
planning on
planning
that,
on.
yeah.
But I think the thing is that the long term and what we'll find in this study that we're going to do is we're going to have to use some. I mean, I think it's going to be edible that we are going to still have to use some of those lines. And the idea would be is to try to find routes that we would be able to use if we have to go to the business park, which the best lines that we can use. You know, don't use the ones that are going to be done in 20 years, use the ones that we can. So I think that we're going to have to, it's going to be a cookie cutter approach as we move through this. It would be, it would be great that we just say this block's going to be shut off and that's going to be it, but it's not going to happen like that. And the lines that we're replacing today are those PVC lines. Those are the ones that we're concentrating on. I think then we're going to take a hard look after we get done through the rest of the PVC that what's left then at that point.
And are we seeing any other localities in the US or elsewhere that are further along on this gas retirement curve and how they've accomplished it or how they're planning on it, if they're even further along in their plans?
We have, been working with APP&A on this, which is the national company organization, and we have not found anybody yet. Middle West, East, and the Southern hemisphere states are not looking at reducing any kind of gas. And I think that, we're seeing it a little bit more on the west side, but there is nobody that's further than what we are is looking at this planning of the whole retirement of the gas system.
Big nut to crack. I'll just
Yep.
say that when we went to 100% carbon neutral electricity in 2015, basically, we made policy decisions. I kind of jumped on, okay, we electrify everything else, transportation, we get sort of how that would occur. And then someday there would be a retirement of the gas utility. And I thought, well, all these leading countries that are with very aggressive climate plans, there must have been really scholarly research to figure out how to do this. And so when I went to the Paris Climate Accord, this was one of my big takeaways was, okay, what have you figured out? Share it with us. And the answer was nobody had figured it out. Yeah. And we're 9 years later and we're getting closer, but nobody's figured it out. Okay. And presumably, as we retire lines, will they stay in the ground? And so we're not going to have removal costs that add to the capital for those branches that maybe we cut off?
Yeah, our short-term thought process is that we're going to leave those lines in the ground. The idea would be is that what we would do is go to the valve, shut the valve off, cut a hole in the street, and then we would put type of a concrete mix or some type of expansion in the line itself so that it won't, pack at that point. We think that, taking them all out is going to be a huge expense and all the compaction portions of the street and integrity will not be there at that period of time. So it will be left where it is today.
So some kind of a slurry fill or whatever also will provide that clarity. This is not a live line. Don't have
Right.
to worry about it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. Do we have a motion to tentatively approve the gas distribution costs?
I would so move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, so before we go on to the TMA, oops, sorry.
Water.
We missed water.
Oh, thought somebody was asking here. All right. We will go on to
Thought there was something strategic about that.
No, I really want to talk about water.
why am I so? Which number is it?
It was 4, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 4. This says,
Four is gas.
I don't know. Let's go on to water.
Sorry.
Sorry, it was 3.
Okay.
It was 3.
Three.
So we skipped 3, so we started with 5.
Okay, good enough.
Start with 5.
All right, so we'll go on to water rates.
The water rate.
Excuse me, for the water rate proposal. We do have a change from what we brought to you in February, and that is that on April the 12th, after we had already sent you the packet for this meeting, the SFPUC that provides all of Palo Alto's potable water provided its rate notice to Palo Alto, and they are planning to increase the rate from up to the $5.67. So a 8.8% increase instead of the 6.5% increase that they were planning to do. So we've incorporated that in the slide deck in order to provide you with the most updated information, and we're planning to update all the materials before they go to the council. So, but just so you know, there's that slight discrepancy if you notice that in any of the tables. What that does is it brings the overall water rate increase projection to 11%, because we're combining the 8.8% increase for the SFPUC with a 13% distribution rate increase. The reason for the SFPUC rate increase is because of the ongoing lower than expected water usage as a result of the drought, and then the rebound from the drought, and then the wet weather. So that, as well as cost increases on the operations and particularly the capital side. And then for the distribution rate increase, this is necessary because we have to also manage the rate trajectory with our reduced water sales. So we celebrate the conservation efforts, but we haven't seen the increases in water usage as we rebound from the drought as much as we had planned for. We have mitigated the need to increase rates in the water utility by using the rate stabilization funds over the last 2 years. And this plan utilizes the rest of the rate stabilization funds over the next 3 years so that we can try to mitigate the rate increases needed. However, we have main replacement and seismic work that needs to happen on our reservoirs. And so this is a really important and necessary set of rate increases for the water utility. I'd like to tell you a little bit more about our water supply. As I mentioned, we receive all of our potable water from the Sierras and the regional water system. SFPUC, our water supplier, has engaged in a $4.8 billion investment, the Water System Improvement Program, and has nearly completed the work that's involved in that. They're still financing portions of that project through debt service issuances, and are continuing to do further investment on the system that Palo Alto residents and businesses do benefit from greatly due to the reliability and seismic reliability of the system that provides us this water. I'm going to skip over a couple of slides and just focus on the main proposal. So this is the costs and revenues. I'm going to go to slide 12, and that shows the overall 11% increase that I was mentioning at the top, the first red number in the middle for fiscal year 25. You can see the revenue in the line at the top of the costs, and you can see that the revenue has declined over the last couple of years. We did do 2 years of 0% rate. We held rates flat in fiscal year 21 and 22, did 5% overall rate increases over the last couple of years. And then now we're proposing this 11% increase. The operations reserve is within the guideline range, and we're expecting that it will remain within the guideline range throughout this time period. and we'll be able to bring it back up to the target at the end of the 5-year period in 2029. The CIP reserve is also within the guideline range. You can see that it dips down below the minimum in 2028, and that is because of the reservoir investment in 2027 and in 28 at the same time as a main replacement that's going on in 28. So we do think that with this set of rate increases, we can accommodate that important investment without fully drawing down the CIP reserve to zero, but it does dip down a little bit and then is restored the following year in 2029. I'll skip through these slides and just go to, well, I'll point out that, our water utility does have higher rates than the comparison city group. And so you can see that here as we're comparing ourselves to the average of neighboring communities. We're about 11% above the neighboring communities. Many of these communities will be facing the same SFPUC increases and need to invest in their systems. This has been a long-standing situation where Palo Alto has higher water rates than surrounding communities. And the difference between Palo Alto's rates and the neighboring communities has actually reduced over time. So we're closer to the neighboring communities than we used to be. And I should also mention that part of the reason we compare ourselves to this group because it's a group that a Palo Alto resident might instinctively compare themselves to, but some of these other cities do have different water sources and are able to use groundwater, and historically that has had a lower cost associated with it in Santa Clara County. So I'm happy to talk in more detail about any parts of this that you would like to talk about. Our staff recommendation is that the Finance Committee recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the financial plan and the rate increase and the rate schedule changes.
Thanks. Any members of the public? And I realized that I had skipped over 3 is what had happened.
Chair, there's no request to speak.
Okay, thanks. Colleagues? Vicky?
Yes, thanks. So on the, so I want to go back to the comparison cities and slides 18 and 19. And so 18 being residential, 19 being commercial. And while we're 11% above for single family residential, we're only 2% above for commercial. And it looks like the rates are roughly comparable. I wanted to check that out. I was trying to compare like the usage for single family residential is in the summer is 14 and Palo Alto's $160 for commercial 12, it's 127. So it looks like they're not wildly off. Is that correct? In terms of
That's true. There's some overlap in the usage that we've shown as our comparison. I think that there is a wider variety of usage in the commercial customers because it's really a very broad customer class compared with single family or compared with residential that, is less variable.
yeah, I was just thinking for some of the other utilities that they seem to be more different, the residential from commercial. And on this, it's relatively close is my point. Or am I missing something? I mean, and help me, CCF something cubic foot, what's the first C? Something, well, it doesn't.
100 cubic feet.
Ah, okay. So, so whatever the measure, it seems like the cost per CCF is not too variant from the residential to the commercial. That's more my point.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting observation.
Okay, well, the reason I ask is that it seems like that might give us an opening to say, could we make up whatever revenue we need. I have no idea what the overall volume of sales is to commercial versus residential, but it seems like we have more to play with on the commercial side than the residential side. In terms of, if we wanted to get so that we were 11% above on both, for example. Oh, we can't do it? Okay, so somebody explain to me Prop 26 that Chair Bird is kindly informing me about.
Yeah, I can just say that we don't set our rates based on the comparison across the customer classes. We do set our rates based on cost of service
Cost of
study,
service.
where we work with a consultant and they advise us based on, a utility standard method for setting the rates to make sure that our costs, the cost to each group of customer, that our rates reflect the cost to each group of customer.
Yeah, no, yeah, because that was a great presentation on cost of service earlier. Given that we're trying to do cost of service against across each type of customer, how did we end up so different?
Yeah, and I'm happy to share with you our cost of service study, but we looked at the number of customers, the usage features of the customers, the best information that we have about peak usage for each customer in order to reflect the costs to serve those customers. So, I don't have that information in front of me, but I think in general that the certain customer classes have more peaky usage, which can mean that more of the costs, they cost more for the system.
Okay, so it sounds like we don't have a lot of latitude to do much different than what's been proposed. Is that what I'm?
We're not changing the rate structure right now, but we can take your feedback into account and go back and work with our consultant the next time we do a cost of service study and try to prioritize being able to answer those questions and look for any tweaks that we can make. I think we did the study in fiscal year 20. So we do try to do those regularly, and it may be time for us to take a close look at that as soon as we can.
That would be great. Yeah, and I'll just close by observing that, as we all know, that it's just kind of ironic that the SFPUC rate increases because of lower usage. I mean, I understand why and I understand the economics, but it's painful when you try to do the right thing and that ends up being the result. Anyway, thank you so much.
Ed? Which was the perfect baton handoff, because that was the first thing I was going to say, is that what we have here is people are having to pay more because we saved more in terms of water. And it's not our fault, it's the SFPUC, but that's the reality that we're dealing with. So it gets me back to slide 12. You're doing your best, I guess, to project where you think they're gonna go, or do you have those rates already? I mean, they're only giving you this year's rate, right?
They do a projection of I have a projection. I think their rate notice from April the 12th that I mentioned has a 5-year projection in
Okay.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
so that is incorporated in this
Okay, so
slide.
that's kind of their numbers, not our guess.
That's correct. It's their numbers plus our projection for our portion of the rate, the distribution portion of the rate. Yes.
So I didn't mean to exclude that, but yeah, I
Yeah.
just wondered if this was just, we did our best to go from what they're telling us now, that it's gonna continue. So it just brings me back to what could we do to get our rates down this year? What are the flex points? Just,
Use less water, not rates.
yeah.
I mean, the main thing is that we have to pay for the infrastructure investment that we're planning and the water main replacements and the seismic work on reservoirs. That's one of the key drivers for the water rate increase.
Yeah, well, in all these cases, understandably, we're trying to have gradual increases if we have to have them at all. And so we just went through some gymnastics on the gas. So now we're going from 5 to 11. And I'm just wondering if there's a way we can mitigate that big jump from 5 to 11 this year for customers to kind of get used to that. Whether that's use some reserves or, some other tool. Because
Yes.
that's kind of a big jump.
We do have, I just want to respond to a couple of things. One is that, while it's true that customers will on average have to pay more, and we're focusing on the average rate increase here, that customers who conserve and who have conserved will manage their own bills and keep their bills lower than customers who don't conserve. They will end up paying more.
Yeah, that's a fair point in terms of all this messaging as well.
Yes.
Appreciate
So I should have mentioned that earlier. And then the other part of your question in terms of the suddenness of the increase, we do have the funds in the rate stabilization reserve currently, and we can access more of those funds in this current year to reduce the rate increase. However, that rate increase would still need to be, it would increase the later years of rate increase more. If we withdraw more of those funds from the rate stabilization reserve in fiscal year 25, then if we still want to do the same amount of infrastructure investment and pay for the same costs, we'll have to recover those revenues later. So that will mean higher rate increases in the later years.
I appreciate thorough answers like that. So we have all the data and all the awareness. I'm also aware of the fact that I think as Councilmember Burt said at the last hearing on this is that, we've been at almost no increase for the last 4 years and then just 5 last year. So we're a little bit behind on that. That said, I'd be open to getting a bit more of the reserves used in 2025, even if it's going to go up a little bit more later. So I'd be interested in input from my colleagues on that.
So first, I want to follow up on this apparent paradox that the ratepayers always go, I conserved and you charge me more. But that boils down to that I think we should highlight more the average monthly bill and not just for a tier, because if you're moving into a lower tier or moving down in consumption within a tier, it doesn't show up there. And it's really that average bill, and this is the explanation. Now that, of course, we have additional costs that go up, but at least that cost increase that goes up because of less consumption and needing to share the cost of all the capital costs, that's mitigated. But we only see it if we highlight a number that is the average bill. And also where we have the comps, I've kind of touched on the past, and I think I want to recommend it more directly now, which is I think we ought to break down the cities that are wholly or almost entirely Hetch Hetchy SFPUC water from the other comps, because it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison. And we, interestingly, we actually compare pretty favorably to those cities, and they have different structures. Mountain View is mostly Hetch Hetchy, but not entirely. I can't remember what percentage they are, but so their rates are lower than ours. But if you look at Menlo Park and Redwood City, which I think are all 100% Hetch Hetchy, we're lower. And if we break that down, at least everybody will understand, because we're in that system, how do we compare? We compare very well. And it goes back to this dilemma that we get essentially Crystal Geyser quality water out of the tap to drink. Bad news is that we're flushing our toilets and showering and watering our plants with Crystal Geyser caliber water. Okay. And then just one other thing on the SFPUC capital investment, because back when this first hit us a dozen years or so ago, we had thought that once this was done, we'd see some leveling off. And so what's really the explanation on why the costs from them are not leveling off, other than this the drought and the drought rebound. And I guess I should, before I turn that over to you, that drought rebound, I think we need to again highlight to the community that there's a pattern. When we have a drought, we conserve, and the year after the drought, we're still sort of conserving, and then we get back to wasting water. Although, and I'm sorry, and here's the other theme over time, which is we need the same water infrastructure year after year kept up. But when we look at our overall consumption as a community and as households over the 20+ year period, we've had like a 40% reduction in water consumption, and it continues to go down. And the infrastructure doesn't decline as a result. And I think we need to just lay that out in real simple, clear terms for the community so that they understand that's a long-term trend. Good news is you may see your rate has gone up as much, but you need to multiply it times the gallons you use. Okay, so that question on what's going on with SFPUC, do we have any kind of high level?
Yeah, so in the late 90s, I guess, there was a concern about the reliability of the water coming to the Bay Area, and that there was a concern that there wasn't enough, that Palo Alto had, that there wasn't enough capital investment going into that system to make sure that when there's a seismic event or other disturbance, that Palo Alto and other cities in the Bay Area and all the millions of residents and businesses that operate and live here, that they could have reliable water supply. And that was what generated that capital investment from SFPUC. They committed to that, to the legislature, to do that $4.8 billion investment. Now, they have completed most of the work on that, but the way that they finance their projects, I know that they do capitalize interest for 30 months. They use short-term financing, and I'm not, super up to speed on it, but I know they capitalize their interest for 30 months, is what I understand. And then they issue their debt service, and that process is still happening. And then once they issue all the debt service, then we start paying the debt service, and then we'll see that leveling out. But they're also doing a 10-year CIP with another $1.6 billion of investment to keep up with, dam safety and other regulatory changes that are impacting this system that they're operating.
Okay, so two big components I hear. One is there's a lag time on their debt service before it really hits, all of it hits us. And second, they have phase 1B, which is about another 25%, which is a major investment, not as big as the first one. So then, do we have a projection on when those two things create a leveling out of their capital investment costs? I mean, they basically did a 100-year investment is what we have seen in the last dozen years or something. And so is there a leveling off projected by them?
Is the best that I have out for the 5-year projection. And it shows, there's some variability. So what this shows is the SFPUC rate in the solid line through 24, and then the projection through 25 through 29. I guess what you can't see here is that, some other costs like the groundwater cost, for example, increases at a much more accelerated rate and crosses over this line in about 20.
Groundwater cost?
Groundwater, yeah. So the groundwater production charge for like another source of water, if we wanted to use a different source of water, it increases at a much higher rate than this because of all the investment that's needed there. So
Are you saying there's a groundwater?
no, there's no groundwater in here. Sorry, I confused things. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just, it doesn't exactly show the line leveling out. I'm just saying that it could be increasing at a higher rate even than this, but this is the best that I have for right now.
Okay. Well, look forward to seeing if we can extract from SFPUC when we start seeing some of that leveling off. I will note that there was a decade, more than a decade ago, there was some real interest in whether we actually could have any sustainable groundwater pumping in our area. And we never really moved forward with that. And I'm not sure why it died off. And, you know, if that was back in the, I don't know, 2010, 2012 timeframe, I think. And if we look at what's happened on those costs since then, the economics of that probably look even more favorable today. That doesn't mean we pump at a rate that would deplete our groundwater, but is there a sustainable level that, you know, is continuing to just flow into the bay and we wouldn't diminish that? Dean, I don't know if you have any recollection or thoughts on that, or is that something that we want to revisit?
I don't remember that at all. I mean, I was
Peter
here.
Druckmeyer
but
was leading a group
through-
sub-regionally that was really looking at sustainable, and it was part of, I think, the concept of protecting the Tuolumne,
Right.
but it would have this other potential economic benefit.
I mean, we can definitely look at that. You know, I think it goes right back to then, unfortunately, then is what do you do with the infrastructure and what's that cost going to look like to put that infrastructure back in place? I mean, we do have pumps, emergency pumps in areas, but I mean, it's something that we could look and see if we're going, possibly if we could blend at that point. Yeah, you're gonna cover that in one water.
Yes, so we're doing a one water study. We are going to be bringing some information forward about that, but we're planning to go to the UAC in June and bring some additional preliminary findings forward after that. But I just want to say that what I was trying to say is that if we were to pump water in Palo Alto, we would have to pay the groundwater production charge to Valley Water that manages the groundwater here. And that groundwater production charge itself is currently lower than this SFPUC rate. But in 2026, based upon the projection, it will be higher. It will kind of flip and become more expensive per unit to pump groundwater starting in 26 and going forward.
Well, what I recollect, and I realize now it's probably 2013, 2014 that we had this discussion, is that part of what was looked at as we were starting to have a better understanding of our groundwater mapping is that the prior premise that was that we had an interconnected groundwater system with the rest of the valley. And what we ended up starting to realize, no, it's not so interconnected. And therefore that groundwater pumping fee, I understand why they have it for the valley as a whole, but I don't know that it would properly apply to our aquifer. That would be another point of negotiation with them. And to the point where there was a fascinating thing that came forward and on sample wells, and they said at the meeting, they said, "Oh, that's old water." And I went, what are you talking about? What is old water? And the explanation was that it was from areas in our groundwater aquifer that were really segregated, and that water was more ancient than just water that was replenishing every year. And there were pockets like that. And it just goes to parts of the geology that I don't have a thorough understanding on, but I can sure say it was a surprise to me.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Here, I need to step out.
Okay.
Take the voter, I can come back, and I'm gonna come back in a few minutes anyway. But
Um,
if you're gonna vote now or wait.
well, let's go ahead. Well, I think we have actually a little discussion that Ed wanted to do on what we ought to do on those rates. So
Yeah, what I would suggest either for discussion or for some spreadsheet work to come back to us, which would be very simple, is that I would like to see it as single digits. And so you could run the spreadsheets on 7, 8, and 9 for.
I don't know
what
that
we
we're going to have an
provide.
opportunity to come back.
Oh.
The point right at this point in time is Vicky wants to step out. Whether we can place this item on hold and then revisit when she gets back.
Which item? All of the utility rates?
Well,
or just the
first,
water
we're still
rate?
in the water, and Ed wants to have an additional discussion on rates. And so I'm saying, let's place the water on hold, which also would mean that the revisit of everything, we can go over to the TMA, or we could take a break right now. We haven't
I
a
was gonna
break.
say, we could just take a break.
Yeah, pardon me?
Well, yeah, you could just take a break.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. All right, thanks.
Somebody eat dinner.
All right, so we're going to reconvene our meeting and pick up where we left off on the water discussion. And Ed, you were wanting to really understand whether we would have an additional opportunity to look at some new scenarios on water rate increases at an upcoming meeting, perhaps at the council or the finance committee budget meetings on May 7th and 8th.
The objective being to have a bit of a more gradual bump from 24 water rates to 25 and 6. So I would like to see if we could get it down to single digits and see what happens in your spreadsheet when that's happened. So in the break, she's been doing some calculations, but we could look at that, or we could even look at it when it comes back in, I guess, June. Or so who wants to go first on that?
Yeah, I just want to mention that we are moving forward with our Prop 218 notice. It's being printed right now, and we need to send that to our customers within the timelines required by Prop 218 before the council sees this request in June. So that's moving forward. It is my understanding, and I'm not an attorney, but it's my understanding that if we are going to move forward with a lower number than what we put in our notice, that we can still move forward and be okay and not have to do another notice. And yes, at the break, we were looking at quickly at could we use an additional use some more funds from our rate stabilization reserve in 2025. And so if we we were planning on using $2 million each year in 2025 and 2026 and in 2024, the current year. And that would exhaust all the funds in that reserve. But if we instead do 3 million in 2025 and 1 million in 2026, then we could lower the rate increase on the distribution side from the 13 to either 12 or to 11. If we lower it from 13 to 12, that would be an overall impact to customers of 9.5%. Or if we lower it to 11, it would be an overall impact of 9%. That's just ballpark numbers. And the way that I kind of quickly looked at that would bring the CIP reserve to keep the rate increases at 10 or lower in every year. We would have to withdraw more money from reserves, so it would bring our operations reserve down to the minimum or a little bit below minimum, maybe in 2028, and then the CIP reserve also further below minimum.
Obviously, next year we would have a chance to look at 26 rates
Yes.
independently.
Yes.
Decide that we could, jump up more if we had to. And
Yes, we'll come back next year.
so if that's acceptable to, the director in terms of an approach, we could just package that in a motion right now, knowing that council is going to see this again anyway.
What package which that we're going to defer it or that we would make this change at this?
So we make the change right now
I see.
to the 9.5%, which looks like the easiest way to manage that.
I'll just note that the overall rate increases of all utilities in 26 and 27 are lower than this year. And so kind of spreading out the increases a little bit would be favorable. And so I think if it's manageable from the standpoint of still maintaining adequate reserves, I'd support it. Dean, are you okay with this approach?
Yeah, I think that on this water rate, I think that I'm comfortable with, going to the 9.5. And then as we move forward into the outer years, 26 and 27, we'll have a chance. And then we can also take a look at the rate stabilization and what we do with that. So adding that other $1 million into this year, I think I would be fine with comfortable with that.
Okay. Vicky, did you have any input?
So just to answer that question, if that wouldn't be helpful, it's not in any of the slides. It's a suggestion to from council member allowing to reduce the distribution rate increase that Palo Alto is proposing, that staff is proposing, from a 13% to 12%. And the overall bill impact for customers at a rough approximate level would be 9.5%.
So on that slide 2, on the water utility deck, the 2025 projected 13% goes to 12%, is that right? And then the total 11 goes to 9.5?
Yes.
And we're just trying to get below double digits, I think I heard my colleague say.
Yes, and in order to, and just to clarify that if we want to, that the way that I did that was also by increasing the projection in 26 on the distribution rate to 15%. So it would be a 12% in 25 and 15% in 26. And that's that's more in line with maintaining that overall impact to the bill in the second table on slide 2 at 10% or less.
Okay, so what is the projection for 2026 for the total? I think you said that the distribution in 2026 would be 15. Is that right?
It would be 9%, but I just want to qualify that by saying that I just did that calculation during the break and I haven't had a chance to fully check it.
Okay, so let me say it to see if I've got it. All right, we're adjusting the 25 distribution rate from 13 to 12 with the intent of having the total water rate go from 11 to 9.5. And we do that by also adjusting the 26 distribution rate from 14 to 15 so that the 26 total rate is approximately 9.
Yes.
Okay, and then I think what I heard my colleagues also say with the director was that and then the out years 27, 28, and 29, we would reevaluate those to see if we can do a similar thing in those out years.
Yes, and we also talked about the impact on the reserves, that in order to do this, it would also lower the operations and CIP reserve levels so that they are closer to minimum or slightly below minimum.
I see. Because currently they're in an okay place, right? But they're toward the minimum, but yeah, that's slide 13. No, that's, where is it? Yeah. Isn't it this one? 13?
Yes.
Yeah. So as of right now, we're just we're at the low end, but we're in the target range. We're just not up at the target. And so the impact of this would be that it would be closer to the minimum and possibly just below it. But we could adjust that in another year or two. Okay,
Yes.
I think I've got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, just to fully share this information, that as I mentioned, we are doing one water study and the costs associated with that are not incorporated in this cost projection yet. So any costs that may result from that are not included in the cost projection. And additionally, the water utility is expecting to develop a plan for replacing asbestos cement pipeline, and that projection is also not included in this plan. So I just point that out because there is some possibility or risk that the cost could increase in the future.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to share something that Carla Daly was sharing with me during our break, which is that with all the massive capital costs that Valley Water is investing in the coming years, their water supply cost, basically overall, is going to go through the roof. And what has been a big differential between SFPUC customers and Valley Water customers, it looks like that will no longer be the case longer term. So misery loves company. Anyway, Ed, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, so I would move the staff motion with the exception of the adjustment in 2025. To that be 9.5% and the approximately, and that the reserves be adjusted accordingly to execute on that. Does that get you what you need?
So,
I want to make sure the wording is good for you.
I think that
Okay,
I
great.
understand.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's the motion.
And maybe we can identify that it's a 12% increase on the distribution rates.
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that. All right, any other discussion? All in favor? Aye, great. Okay, so now we get to revisit the rates in aggregate. Do we have any other changes that we want to make to any of the other rates now that we've seen them collectively? Basically, we have this, I guess the slides that, yeah, everybody's looking at this. So are there any other discussion on any other changes we might want to consider?
No, but if it's not too much trouble to put up slide 2 of item 2, that'd be great. That'd be fabulous. Thank you. Yeah, so basically I think we went with the staff recommendations on here with the exception of the water utility we just discussed instead of 11
right.
being 9.5. So our only double digit increase is wastewater, and that's, I believe, a smaller dollar average monthly bill. Seeing these in aggregate, nothing strikes me immediately as needing additional tweaking.
Okay, I don't think we need to take a revote. Well, I guess because they were tentative. Okay, so let's take a vote, confirming the set of increases with the one change that we noted on our water utility. Okay. I guess we'll do a motion.
All right, so I will move acceptance of the list of all of the rate projections that we worked on this evening.
Well, second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye, that passes unanimously. All right, thank you all for the marathon. It was really appreciated the depth of information that you had, not only in your presentations, but to be able to respond to our myriad of questions. And it's really, I think we all appreciate just how thorough it was. And great, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll show all the backup slides tomorrow at lunch, Pat, if you want to watch those.
The Palo Alto TMA or Transportation Management Association, or POTMA 2023 Annual Report, Strategic Plan and Commute Survey. And Philip, welcome. Sylvia and Justine Burt from POTMA.
Thank you very much. I'm Philip Cami, the Chief Transportation Official with the city. Also noting that I also serve as the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association board member as the representative for the city. Sylvia Starlack, who is our transportation planning manager, oversees our contract. And to my right is Justine Burt, who's the Palo Alto TMA's executive director. And tonight we're here to present what we actually contractually require that the PAPA deliver to the city each year, which is the 2023 annual report, the strategic plan, and the commute survey. And we do this to gain insights and tonight, we wish to discuss the findings of these three documents and help to inform services and our potential funding requests for the Palo Alto TMA in the coming years. And with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Justine, who has a brief PowerPoint.
Thank you, Philip. I'm Justine Burt, Executive Director of the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association. Thank you, Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Lowing, Councilmember Vinker for hosting us. Next slide. So we recently redid our mission. We made it shorter, more memorable, better commutes for everyone. We also wanted to include our core values, which reflect this city's priorities, which change a little bit each year. So we were formed originally to lighten traffic congestion, reduce demand for parking in downtown. It expanded to California Avenue. I'm really proud of the city of Palo Alto for being such leaders on climate change. So another core value is to transition to zero emission transportation system. Equity is also very important, supporting local businesses and encouraging community health. Next slide. Mobility as a service isn't quite there. So a system that integrates different modes of transport into a single platform. Like if you want to go from Palo Alto to Berkeley, there's a bunch of different modes you'd have to take. Wouldn't it be great if we had one app where you could plan and pay for a trip that's very time efficient and cost effective? We're not quite there. So we continue to track mobility as a service to integrate fare management and incentives and multimodal transportation solutions, bike sharing. I personally get around town on an electric cargo bike when I drop off transit passes and to pick up groceries. But when I need a car, I really need a car. So I hop over to the Sheraton and the Hertz there, and I rent an electric Chevy Bolt to get where I need to go. Next slide. So we're working towards a seamless integrated transportation system. Meanwhile, PATMA basically uses the tools at our disposal, information and incentives. And we focus on really two areas. Either workers making less than $70,000 a year, they receive the free train and bus passes we offer from Caltrain, VTA, Samtrans, Dumbarton Express, any bus or train that comes into Palo Alto. We also offer for workers, low-wage service sector workers making less than $70,000, refurbished bikes through Bike Exchange, and they have some really nice bikes that people donate, and then their volunteers check the brakes and the shifters and air pressure and all that. We also want to make sure to offer people safety equipment, helmet, lock, lights, in case they need any of that. We offer no income threshold to people who are willing to leave their car at home and take a bike or e-scooter to work if they live only a few to several miles away. We'll pay them $5 a day to do that through the Bike Love Rewards smartphone app. We've expanded our network of partners to include Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. We're setting up a series of bike safety classes this summer here in Palo Alto. We've adjusted our Lyft after hours program to just be at night after the buses stop running. So if somebody works in downtown and lives in East Palo Alto, they can get to work with a Samtrans bus. But if they get off at 11 p.m. or midnight after the 281 stops running, how do they get home? They can take the Lyft, $10 credit, up to 5 miles, up to 15 times a month. And then we offer commute counseling. Next slide. So early in 2020, we all know what happened. Caltrain's ridership fell 94% because of that, and the percentage of clients we served fell 90%, and we've been building back ever since then. This is the number of transit passes that we purchase or receive donated that are activated. So we're back to where we were at our height in February 2020, but we feel there's a lot more we could do. Next slide. We every year do a commute survey, and these are really the highlights from the 2023 fall commute survey. 56% of workers of the 738 who responded to the survey after we cleaned out the data, 56% drive alone, 24% take transit, 7% carpool, 7% bike, 3% walk. And what you see on the right is we do skip logic in the survey, and we ask the people who said they drive alone to work, are you open to a sustainable commute? And of those who are, 17% are open to carpooling, 8% are open to van pool, 33%. Remember, these are people who are currently driving to work. 33% are open to transit, 13% bicycling, 3% walking on arounds.
So you said what portion of the total are open to an alternative?
It's about 150 or so of the 738 are driving in alone and are open to sustainable commute.
Thank you.
Next slide. And so given that greenhouse gas emission reductions are very important to the city of Palo Alto, and the city's really, and the utility are doing an amazing job looking at ways to reduce them. These are the most recent numbers that Christine Luong shared with me. 2021 Palo Alto greenhouse gas emissions on road transportation is nearly 52%. So looking forward, we're seeing a lot of opportunities with the Stanford Mall, which a month ago we started doing some serious outreach there, and we've already dropped off 14 transit passes for low-wage service sector workers there. This year we've dropped off 14 along El Camino Real. Last year we dropped off 7 along El Camino Real at small businesses there, and last year dropped off 1 at the mall. Before we had even started doing any outreach at all, the word had spread. And so we were pleased to be able to start offering that. So to finish up this slide, besides Stanford Mall, where there are several hundred people who work there, Channing House, which I've heard has about 200 workers and about 200 people who live there. I didn't realize so many people worked at Channing House. We're making inroads into working with them. As Caltrans continues discussions with the city about repurposing street parking for bike lanes, there are a lot of opportunities to shift. Again, we've already shifted 21 people in that area over to transit, as well as midtown businesses. And the place to start doing more there is to use our survey that we used for Commute Survey to find out what cities people live in, what transit modes they could take or open to taking. Next slide. So to wrap up our partnerships, we're so pleased to work with Caltrain. They generously donated hundreds of Go Passes to us because we have the relationships with managers at businesses downtown Cal Ave, along El Camino Real, Stanford Mall, as Caltrain tries to figure out if it's not going to be primarily the tech workers that are taking Caltrain, who could our future ridership be? And so it's nice to be able to work on their behalf to help people explore if Caltrain, how wonderful Caltrain is to commute with. We shared commute survey data with VTA recently and bike club information. I already talked about Bike Exchange providing refurbished bikes. Here's a picture of Linda, who's happily taking delivery of this gorgeous specialized bike that was donated to them that they fixed up. And then the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. So there are more partnerships to be made. These are just a few examples. Next slide. And last thing I want to share with you is that since I started 2 years ago, we've grown the board from 3 people to 8 people. And so you see residents. Rob works at Phil's Coffee, got Philip. Brad works at Premier Properties, overseeing a lot of the commercial spaces. Sebastian from the Sheraton, Nathan from Patagonia, and Alejandra from Coupa Cafe. And I just want to leave you with the thought that we really appreciate the City of Palo Alto's support of the cost-efficient and effective work that we do to take cars off the road, reduce the number of parking spaces that are needed, and help give people opportunities to explore more relaxing, cost-saving ways to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, we do have a request to speak. Our first speaker is Rob George.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the time to present to you. My name is Rob George. I am a founding member of the Palo Alto TMA board, and currently, currently the board treasurer. First, I want to thank the council members of the Finance Committee and the greater council for this will be 9 years of support from the Palo Alto City Council. We've really had a great journey and really appreciate the support. I also want to emphasize that the TMA is a collaborative organization that has both residents in mind and businesses in mind. We have members, as you saw, that are residents. Our current chair is a resident of the city of Palo Alto and a bike advocate. And I think that adds to the strength of our organization and the fact that the TMA is really good for all of Palo Alto, both business and residents. Collaboration. I think it's really important that that spirit of collaboration exists and all of our programs have that theme in them. Support for business. My quote unquote day job is director of facilities for Phil's. I've been an employee of Phil's for almost a decade, off and on. And our team members at the Alma and Forest location really appreciate that they don't have to worry about getting a parking ticket. They can use that transit path to and from work, and it extends their tenure at Phil's, whether they be a part-time student or a full-time student. It gives them the security to know that they can get to and from work with this valuable asset. And then the last thing I want to mention is that the TMA is really a unique organization in the TMA world. There are very few TMAs in the country that provide fully subsidized transit passes to folks that work in the industry. We've been part of the economic recovery of Palo Alto, and we want to continue to be the future of a more progressive, more ped, bike, and transit friendly Palo Alto. So thanks for your time and thanks for almost a decade of support.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Cedric DLB.
Good evening, council members. I am a member of the PATMA board and currently serving as its chair, though my comments are my own. Too much traffic and too many parked cars are perennial Palo Alto issues. Economic development is a council priority, and we need to help local businesses to stay in businesses. How many have we already lost due to the high cost of operating in Palo Alto? Right near City Hall, a few years ago, we lost my favorite bakery, Prolific Oven, because they couldn't find and hire people willing to work, due in large part to our region's high cost of living. Health and safety is another council priority, which is negatively affected by too many cars driving, whether they're gas or electric. And climate change aversion and mitigation is the existential threat of our lifetimes. Another big problem for cities is communicating messages out to their populace and the local workforce. And then finally, equity is important to assure that everyone has fair access to resources and opportunities. So PATMA helps address all of these issues. Our programs help move people out of their cars and onto bikes and public transit. The transit passes we offer to low-income workers increase equity and help businesses hire and retain staff, helping to keep valued services in town. PATMA's programs also help the general populace, such as recent efforts to bring adult bike safety classes to the city and a new program that's still under development to help people access electric bikes, increasing the feasible range of bike commutes. PATMA's staff have direct relationships and lines of communication with businesses, managers, and employees, helping to spread the word about these programs and increase their uptake. I really don't see how the city could do all of this work without PATMA's help. And funding was reduced during the pandemic, but now ridership numbers are roaring back and we have more people in business areas which we'd like to serve. So please continue to support PATMA and increase its funding and scope so that we can reach more members of the community and further multiply the benefits which PATMA affordably provides. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker is Alejandra Meyer.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to express my gratitude as I reflect on the impact of what the program has done for our Coupa Cafe employees. This initiative has not only transformed the way our employees commute, but has also significantly improved the lives of our workforce in numerous ways. First and foremost, by providing free public transportation, we have broken down barriers for many of our employees who previously faced the parking challenges in downtown Palo Alto. This program has opened the doors through different means of transportation within our organization. Not only are they saving additional parking spots for our local business customers, but this program is also contributing to environmental sustainability. By encouraging our employees to use public transportation, we are reducing the carbon footprint associated with individual commuting. This making a positive contribution to our community and the planet as a whole, which in fact aligns with PATMA's new mission statement. Secondly, by providing these free passes has had a tangible impact on our employees' financial well-being. By alleviating the burden of transportation costs, we have empowered our downtown Palo Alto employees to allocate their hard-earned money towards other essential needs, such as housing, food, education, and healthcare. This financial relief has not only eased the financial stress, but has enhanced the overall job satisfaction and morale among our employees. I often have our employees from the Redwood City and Los Altos location asking about this program and wanting to be a part of it. We even post about the free transit passes on our job ads and have candidates inquiring about it as soon as they're hired. Furthermore, the program has fostered a sense of community within our organization and has reduced the turnover rate. As an HR professional overseeing 8 separate locations, employee turnover is a challenge faced by many businesses, often resulting in increased costs and decreasing morale. However, through the implementation of Palo Alto's program, I have witnessed a reduction in Coupa Cafe's turnover rate at our location on Ramona Street. And as the business continues to grow, we hope to see more employees enrolling in the program. As I continue to witness the positive outcomes for this program, I can reaffirm Coupa Cafe's commitment to supporting our future together. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you all. So let's return to the committee for questions and comments. Ed?
Thank you to my former colleagues, I guess, because I was a liaison last year to TMA, and the good work continues. I had a question about on your packet, page 8, where you talk about the average number of computers diverted from single occupancy vehicle over the 4 quarters is up to 202. Could you just kind of go through the math but also actually the definition of what does that mean that they're diverted from single occupancy vehicles? Does that mean forever or for their commute or they sold their car or just kind of give a bit more flavor to what that stat means?
So we ask people when they apply for a free transit pass, will you use this at least 3 days a week? And so we're reducing, and it's funny, I have to say it over and over again. So when people get excited, oh, great, there are people already taking the train or bus. I'm like, no. It's for people who drive to work and will leave the car at home and take it. So
this is questions at the beginning when you're giving them the pass.
So we have postcards that we market it, and then we give them a QR code where they go to apply for it. And then up front, we explain kind of the basic rules.
Yeah. Do you do any cross-checking, 6 months later to see if they're still happy and tooling along on 2 wheels?
We do audit. We check in with we ask for the manager's name and contact information, and then we check to see if the employee is still working there. And at the end of each month, we send, my colleague Sana sends a text to people who currently have the transit passes saying, hey, would you like it again next month? And then we do run audits.
And so your audits are confirming pretty much that once they're in it, they stay on it unless they obviously move away or something.
Right, exactly.
Is that right?
We want to make sure they haven't moved to start working in another city and take the transit pass with them.
Yeah. And then the other question, less critical, but I'm just intrigued, since 50% of the cards, the gift cards are being spent with Palo Alto. Do you have distribution on where else they're being spent?
There's a chart in there.
Oh, is that all?
That explains what cities they're
Oh
spending.
yeah, you're right. Amazon online. That's right. I remember reading that. And have you thought about or debated, should we make it just for Palo Alto businesses, or do you feel like that's too deflating for the folks who maybe live in Menlo Park? So
we did talk about that, and So they collect every time someone, for the first year, they Motion, who built the app with the $100,000 grant from the Transportation Research Board, was tracking where people were using the gift cards. And so they got a distinct merchant ID from each merchant.
Mhm.
And they were looking at, should we limit it? I'm forgetting now that conversation exactly. They were asking, should we limit it? And some people wanted to spend it at Amazon.
I thought part of the issue was that they could not initially limit, there was some problem with limiting it, but that maybe in the future we could limit it to just Palo Alto places.
I thought you might be intentionally saying, you live in Menlo Park and you're driving to Palo Alto, but if you want to use it anywhere else, you can. But I think it'd be even better if it was more dominantly than 50% usage in the town, because it would get businesses interested. It'd be a recruiting device for businesses to sign up.
It's something we could do now that we've got a robust data set of the merchant IDs. We could adjust the parameters. We
Yeah.
just wanted to see where people wanted to spend them.
Yeah.
It was online or in person.
Okay. Also, it's a very good report. I appreciate that as well. We get a lot of documents. So this was easy to read.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Vicky?
Yes, thank you. Well, first, I want to thank you for sitting through all of our utility rate setting discussions and hanging in there with us to be here tonight. So thank you for that. So I wanted to talk a little bit or ask you a little bit about the mobility as a service slide, because I'm both excited and proud, but also a little sad that you're so unique. In other words, I'm proud you're here in Palo Alto. I'm excited about what you're doing. I wish there were more of you in other places around our region. So gosh, more years ago than I care to say, but in the late 80s, early 90s, when my husband and I lived in New York City, and we were young, we lived out in Queens, we'd get up in the morning and he'd go east on the subway, I'd go west on the subway, and that's how we got to work. And we moved up to Westchester County and I took the train in, and that's just what we did. And we did it every day. Here, where he works in San Jose and I have meetings up in San Francisco every now and then, it's the last mile at the other end that makes it hard for us to take public transit as often as we would like. And so I guess that's a long way of saying, when I listen to you talk about that slide, are there, just looking into your crystal ball in the future, is there hope for us at the other end of the commutes for Palo Altans going other places, that we can propagate you somehow?
You're asking if there are other TMAs, if there are a growing number of TMAs doing TDM work?
Yeah, exactly. Like what's out there beyond our borders that we might partner with? Because you've talked about, there's all the the great partners here and what's going on, but yeah.
It's interesting. There are many TMAs just in the Bay Area, and they're all different. Like the one in Emeryville focuses on the Emeryville go round that just goes around the loop and is funded entirely by the businesses that benefit from it, trying to get people to the BART station. And there's commute.org in San Mateo County, which is a joint powers authority, and it's the whole county. So there are some TMAs that just run commute shuttles to get to Caltrain. They're all different. So it's been interesting to see at the ACT conference every year nationally. There was just an ACT in NorCal, American Commuter Transportation conference so we can learn from each other. But what's most interesting to me is the Bay Area, because we have these 27 different transit agencies, and Seamless is trying to get them to talk to each other, and MTC wants them to talk to each other and coordinate. So it just feels like we're close to a convergence. The transit app where you can see real-time expected bus or train arrival, plan your trip, but not pay for. Like there are different apps where you can pay for, different apps you can plan. There are so many different options to get around, especially in Palo Alto. It's so bike friendly. There are wonderful commercial areas that are delightful and walkable. We have a convergence of so many different train and bus systems that come to the transit centers. And yet it feels like we're almost there. in terms of all this converging. And so it should be easy for us all to plan and pay for when these different apps will let you do one or the other. So I know there are different people in different groups working, startups working on that convergence. It's just like, we're not quite there.
Yeah, and hopefully when we get there with the apps, we can see the gaps at the other end in that last mile, because that's also part of it. Because we do have a lot of public transit, like I say, all these different ones, and I still feel that in our major metropolitan areas, there are gaps, or at least it's, you have to take too many things, too many pieces. It's so hopefully it'll elucidate that as well and get some of your counterparts in a better position to help us at the other end. But anyway, I am just marveling at what you've done here, both with the creative tools and also with the data on your commute survey. Just tremendous. And I have to give you kudos on the refurbished bike helmet lock lights and all of that, working with the Bike Exchange. As I sit on the county's Recycling and Waste Reduction Commission, so we like that a lot. So
Yes.
anyway, thank you for what you do every day on this.
Thank you.
So before going into my questions, I'll just provide a little more context on the transit agency coordination. So their MTC has actually been authorized for a number of years to move toward that coordination of basically fares and schedules. And there's progress being made. There's a lot of interest in accelerating that. There's a lot of complexity even to that coordination because you have agencies like Caltrain and VTA that have monthly passes. BART has no monthly pass. Even if we have one pass system for the region, there are negotiations on the allocation of those dollars and whether existing agencies would be made whole or actually lose money off of that. So it's something that sounds real simple on the surface. It's really critical that we get there, but it's not as easy as it kind of looks like. And then you have to have basically systems running on schedule, which is in other regions and that have really done this. That's been the first step. Every system's got to be on schedule or you can't coordinate them. And then second, once it's there, it's how do we get that schedule coordination? Caltrain has been struggling to get BART to cooperate on cutbacks that they made to the airport connection or the San Bruno connection. So it ain't simple, but we now have a proposed state law that treats it like it's really simple. And it would be a study that would force consolidation of all of multiple agencies, whether it's one or not. Caltrain and VTA and Samtrans have all opposed the forced consolidation part of that versus coordination. So I just use that as because there's interest there. I want to get that out there that there are solutions that are there, and there those who claim they're simple don't understand them well enough. Okay, I did want to move on to a couple other things. One is I was really glad to see that you already are serving some of the El Camino small businesses. And as we're moving forward with the evaluation of the El Camino bike plan, one of the real key issues is how would we help those businesses compensate for loss of on-street parking? And the TMA, or PATMO, has been brought it forward, and the evening we discussed it, but subsequently discussed it with Justine and with VTA, and there's some, I think, some progress going on in those discussions. One of the things is that the VTA Smart Passes are very low cost compared to Caltrain passes, and they have group buys, and they have low income discounts. And a question is whether PATMA can qualify for both of those. And so rather than having to have that modestly higher regular rate, can get the really lowest rate that's down close to $100 a year. It's really phenomenally low. And it means that, in my mind, if the city needed to subsidize that, and we had another 100 of those passes, that's $10,000 a year. And that could be a big component of being able to really support those businesses on El Camino that otherwise might be harmed and might be real opponents to the bike lane plan that we're looking at. Oh, and I'll add that Silicon Valley Bike Coalition actually even has some volunteers that I think are working with Justine on that retailing part of it. So it's one thing to have the passes, it's another thing to do what Justine does, going business to business, door to door, retailing it. But some of that can be done by really willing volunteers, and that's a great addition. We heard from a couple of the speakers, the employee retention aspect. Last year at Finance Committee, when we were looking at our ongoing funding for PATMA, one of the questions we had on surface was, well, you know, we were funding at a certain level before COVID. We now don't have so many workers. We don't have as much traffic. We don't have as much parking problem. Do we really need such a strong program? And that's when we really heard about how valuable it's been on employee retention. And as we have this priority of not economic recovery, but how do we nurture our retail system in an era of changing and challenging retail environment, we ended up placing that additional value really right now at near the forefront of the highest values of that PATMA is providing. I'll also note when I like the updated mission and core values. I would add that you may want to consider a couple of additions to the core values. So we have climate change, but moving away from single occupancy internal combustion engine vehicles also has atmospheric pollution and health benefits. And before we focused on climate change in the last couple of decades, this was really at the forefront of why we did things like this. And now that we have such focus on climate change, we almost forget about all the air pollution impacts, and they matter. And that's another real benefit here. And then I'll note that our transit systems are in real jeopardy as hybrid work is kicked in, and other factors. And before COVID, Caltrain Go Passes actually competed with full fare passengers for capacity on the systems at peak hour. We were overflowing. And so when Caltrain had a discounted pass, that meant that rider was actually paying less than the other person competing to get on the train. That problem doesn't exist anymore. We're at 40% or less of pre-COVID ridership. What agencies like Caltrain and BART and others are really scrambling to do is, how do we really get more people back on transit and actually move that ride share or mode share proportion to transit to a higher level than we ever had pre-COVID. And we need that in order for the transit agencies to survive and thrive. So that's a long way of saying that the PATMA program and other TMAs are actually now supporting the viability of our transit systems. And it has that additional benefit to the transit systems, which we all benefit from. If we didn't have transit, we'd all be in trouble regionally. And so we're doing that. And to the point where I had worked with Caltrain to create what's called a toolkit for city and Caltrain partnership that looks at all of the mechanisms that cities have done, overwhelmingly Palo Alto, to drive use of Caltrain in that case, but transit in general. We're the second highest boardings in the whole system, and we're sure not the highest population concentration. We have twice the boardings of San Jose at Dearborn. And when we really look at how that came about, it's a whole series of programs, the Stanford development agreements, the hospital development agreements, our PATMA, our city purchase of Go Passes for city employees and other mechanisms put together, they drive transit use. So this Palo Alto's PATMA was featured in that program, which is now being rolled out. The plan is to get every city on the Caltrain corridor to buy into that toolkit in principle. Not that they have to do X, Y, and Z, but they have to, they commit to selecting from those options, the ones that work most effectively for them. And so that's another way in which this program has created a model and is fitting in a new way in terms of the sustainability of the region by supporting transit. I was also really impressed that you're back to basically our peak use of the TMA transit passes. Now you're covering more area geographically. Previously, before COVID, it was that many users just in the downtown area, and we don't have as many downtown workers as we did, but it's a full recovery, and just in the last year, it's had a phenomenal growth. It's really impressive. And so I think in the net, all of this says that this program is, and you're doing it with fewer dollars than previously. So I continue to be very supportive and really want to understand what resources PATMA would need to really cover those El Camino Real business needs, because we're on a short time frame to make a decision on whether we're going to support bike lanes and other safety measures on El Camino, and mitigating the impacts on businesses is a big part of us being able to move forward on that. So Justine, I don't know if you've looked at that comprehensively, or Philip, and you have any kind of a sense of that. It doesn't sound like it's a huge dollar amount. And if we're asking a greater service to be provided by PATMA, I don't think it's reasonable that we say we want you to just do more for the same amount. But the incremental cost difference, I suspect, is not overwhelming compared to the value that it could provide on being able to allow us to move forward with that plan.
So actually, and I'm going to probably ask Justine's help on this, but I just want to clarify something from earlier, which is I think that the statement that PATMA's doing more with less maybe is a little bit it's not exactly correct, because what PATMA's been doing somewhat is dealing with reserves that were not of funding
point.
that was not utilized during the pandemic.
Right.
And so, yeah, I just want to note that, because the budget that PATMA's requested in their transmittal letter is really reflective of, you know, they've actually requested or provided 3 different scenarios. And the reason they provided those 3 different scenarios is in order to reflect an expansion, you know, retaining the existing service levels, expansion of service levels, and then potentially a decrease in service levels.
Right. Good point. And so that's right. PATMA, the last couple of years has used not only the dollars we put in, but reserves that had accumulated, and those are being burnt through.
That's right. We had a $750,000 budget in 2019, 2020, and then everything ground to a halt in 2020, 21, as we know. And so there wasn't a lot of activity going on in 2020, and that is what helped build up the surplus. So when the budget fell to 150,000, because we were just getting up and running. And then we received this windfall of Caltrain Go passes. It adjusted the equation. So our actual burn rate is more than the $200,000 budget we had for the last year. We've been digging into the surplus and we've now used that surplus.
And what is the current burn rate?
So it's about $340,000 a year
Okay.
currently.
Great. And that's without asking you to have a significant expansion in the El Camino corridor.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
So we're being asked to provide input and part of this, it would any of our recommendations would potentially go into the budget recommendations, correct? Philip, is that the plan?
I'll take that one. Just given the timing of things, I think this is intended to inform the committee so that as you move towards your budget deliberations in the coming couple of weeks, that you can make any recommended adjustments at that time. As the staff report notes, I believe the base level of funding for Padma is $200,000. That's in alignment with what it was last year. If we wanted to meet the current burn rate, I think we just said, which was 340. That would be $140,000 additional allocation as part of the 2025 budget process.
And
the
that's
committee
not
would make.
built into the staff recommendations at this time?
No.
Okay. All right. Other thoughts? Philip?
I'm sorry, and I don't want to keep correcting about numbers, but just a minor correction is that the TMA was allocated 200,000 initially through the base budget, but then in the mid-year, it was allocated 42,000 in addition to the 200,000. So actually, this past year, if you'd consider it as an annual amount, it was like 284,000 that they would have been allocated over a year, but it was ended up being 242,000 because it was occurred in the mid-year.
And the upcoming budget, does it have the 200 or 242?
It's 200. Yes, 200 is the base budget.
It sounds like the recommendation at mid-year was a one-time adjustment.
Yes.
Well, one time once again, we've had this discussion at times, one time only in the sense that we did not make a long-term budgetary commitment.
Correct.
Not that we were saying you will only get it once.
Correct. But
Right.
from a planning purposes
Yeah.
perspective.
Right. Right. Okay.
Good.
Well, do we want to give any guidance to staff so that they've already got the draft budget coming forward, but I think it's important for our finance staff to have as early of indication as possible on recommendations we may be making.
I had understood Kylie to say that we didn't need that tonight, particularly since it's 10 o'clock, but maybe I got it wrong.
I don't know if we have to have a deep discussion, but just to indicate direction. I mean, I think that that at least 284 is a more appropriate number. It's more comparable to last year. That doesn't quite hit your run rate of 340, but it certainly, I would think at least we could go to that number.
Well, I'd even say that that number, based on no longer having the reserves to burn down, would mean a cutback in what they can provide, and it would not include funds to increase to meet the El Camino needs.
Yeah, and I don't oppose going higher. I'm just sort of trying to lift the floor from where we are right now.
Yeah, but I don't want to lift it halfway and with a tentative proposal that would actually mean that we'd be cutting the program.
Yeah, I mean, we could put it in a plug number that's bigger. I think
Sure.
the idea that the $40,000 was a 6-month need, but it was one time. I mean, what we'd really like to see is what do you want for your proposal? And you see you got 3 proposals, which we haven't seen, right?
So actually, I believe the ones that I was discussing, they're the 3, they came in the letter. It's the first page of attachment A. It's 3 different budget scenarios that were provided. But yeah, just to note that this past year, in addition to the reserves, the 42,000 was allocated in mid-year. in order to help expand the TMA programs to additional locations, specifically California Avenue and the Stanford Mall, I believe. Is that the specific locations that were really targeted? But yeah, I
So you're thinking the baseline is this 360 number that you put out?
340 would keep the same service level and the same level of passes, but we see these opportunities to do so
Yeah.
much more.
I mean, I'm just coming up with an idea for tonight of what if we use a plug number pad of, 350? And that would be put into the budget and we could listen to what you would propose for the businesses on El Camino and some of the other things.
So put the 350 in and then anticipate that there would be an additional request to be able to meet the El Camino.
Yeah, because she needs to think that through and how many
Yep.
people involved and could we do that instead of something else that we were gonna do or, just kind of a little quickie business model.
Yeah, I think that would be, we were asked to give feedback and that could be certainly included in that. And I would add too, though, that when PATMA was originally founded, it was the business community had really said that they expected that over time they would be able to pick up major portions of this expense. That really didn't happen. And what the council then did instead was, if I recall correctly, allocate to PATMA revenue from the increase in annual parking passes. Problem is we aren't selling those parking passes like we used to, but that was how we kind of allowed PATMA or enabled PATMA to expand in its budget, and even though the business community didn't end up picking up that tab. I was really glad to hear that Stanford Shopping Center is starting to participate. It's one thing for them to embrace it philosophically. They're a highly successful master landlord there of Simon properties. And I think that looking at the value of their parking during peak season is something that I think they haven't yet embraced the enlightened self-interest of really supporting the PATMA program.
Yeah.
And so I think that for a number of successful businesses and entities and landlords still provides that possibility. One last question is that I'm gotta apologize, I didn't get to read the whole report, but you've been pursuing different grants of different sorts. Can you give us a brief summary on where we are and what opportunities you see on the horizon?
Yes, we just received notice that the Palo Alto Community Foundation is providing a grant of $5,000. Transportation Research Board, as I said, $100,000 grant to develop the Bike Love app and pilot it. Actually, tomorrow the APTA grant proposal is due. We also have, I should
Sorry,
mention.
APTA is what?
What's APTA stand? It's transportation related.
American Public Transportation.
Thank you. I just looked at it all today. I should also mention that we have memberships from 5 different companies that total about $5,000. So we do have some skin in the game among the businesses.
And are there MTC and VTA grants that we've explored?
Oh, and VTA is coming up. There's a VTA grant that's due in a few weeks.
Good. And MTC?
I don't recall. Yes, we do track all of those, and if there is one applicable, they do apply, but I don't recall seeing any recently that were applicable.
And if they aren't applicable, this is something that we may want to pursue with our county VTA representatives, because I think they get behind it. That's Cindy Chavez, Matt Mahan, and Margaret Avicoga. So, all right, Vicky.
Yeah. So in looking at that attachment and your letter of the 3 scenarios that basically was 200, 400, and 600. And yeah, I was assuming there was some other funding, so don't take any umbrage at my halfway lifting the floor or whatever. That was not the intent. The intent was to say, hey, let's support you. But I was headed toward perhaps if you're sort of circling around the 350 number, that do we want to, it's not that far off from the middle scenario of 400. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is the 100 plus the 5 plus maybe APTA plus the 5 from the companies. How does that, are those grant restricted? Is that for additional things or, I assume it might be.
Palo Alto Community Foundation was unrestricted operating expenses. Transportation Research Board was specifically for the Bike Love app to
Right.
develop and pilot it. Yeah, the memberships just go into our fund, so.
So, okay, so the 100 was the Bike Love app, right? And so,
And that's over, that's spent.
that's like
and
separate, yeah,
over.
and separate and over. So anyway, I just wanted to suggest to my colleagues that they might want to consider that middle one. And what I was going to ask you is, it's all here, it's itemized very carefully and clearly, but is there a way you could kind of summarize if that's the current burn plus, and if so, just a little plus, what that additional plus is in your middle scenario?
Between 340 and 400.
So actually I had a similar question, and I think my understanding is that 400,000 would potentially include the areas that we are talking about, having, the El Camino Real type service, but I want to confirm that that's Justine's understanding too.
So we've been scheming to go citywide for a few years now, and we've got a little geographic creep going on. So the more resources we have, the more we can do. I mean, keep in mind that our budget is, the $200,000 budget was 26% of the 2019 budget, and yet we've accomplished just as much. And that's partly a function of Caltrain granting us the hundreds of Go passes, but it's also that we've got more efficient and effective, and we've got our method down, reach out to the managers, make a connection, compliment them on something, like have them understand what we're trying to accomplish. We're in, we're out, we're dropping off passes. So we know how to do it now, and now we're just expanding our scope as we find out, as we get reconnaissance about Chanting House has hundreds of employees. Don't you want to check out there? And we found out the mall doesn't have a transportation demand management plan, so they were fair game, and hundreds of people work there according to the census data. So as we get more information, there's more we can do, and more resources, there's more we can do.
So I would support that middle proposal and with an understanding that we not only want to support the general trend toward the El Camino, but we actually want to support a focused effort there as a near-term priority because of the bike plans.
So just to focus on that, for everybody's benefit, we're not approving that number. We're saying that's the plug number in the budget to come back from staff. And in the meantime, if you need to adjust some of these for other things that you want us to know about, that's good.
So the way this is agendized, it says provide input. So it sounds like we don't actually need to take a vote, but we've given the input.
Sure. And I think for me, it would be helpful to get clarity from the committee. And when you say amend the budget for $200,000, is the committee thinking that or intending that the proposed budget that comes out on May 6th has $400,000 in it for PATMA?
If you can, yeah.
Okay, that is not a feasible.
Well, that's why I asked, and
yeah.
I wasn't assuming you could, and that's why I didn't state it.
Sure. So then what my curiosity for the committee is how would it be helpful for staff to bring this back? Would it be helpful for us to bring it back as something in the parking lot that the committee's already provided guidance on to be revisited? Would it be a recommendation that the committee wants to make, to the proposed that you could obviously review?
Well, I think two things. It would be when we have the presentation of the budget to the council, that it would be noted that the committee made that recommendation.
Sure.
And then second, it would come back within the parking lot.
Okay, that's super helpful.
Okay. That sound good? Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. I think we're done with this item, and
You are.
I guess, yeah, very briefly, we've got our upcoming meeting agendas?
Lots. So
Yeah.
we will have 2 full day meetings on the 7th and the 8th of May. We will release the agenda this week, very shortly for those. And then you will have a 3rd meeting on the 21st, which will be a half-day meeting in the afternoon and the evening.
Okay, great.
As I
Thank you.
recall, those are already on our calendar.
They
Those
are.
are all sent. Yeah.
Yep. Meeting's adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.